Ladies and gentlemen, friends, welcome to the T4 Teacher Tech Summit. We will be starting shortly. Friends, before we start, it may be an idea to grab a notepad and a pen. There is plenty of learning to be had from today's event. Thank you.
Brightspace is the LMS that helps you reach every learner. It makes teaching and learning easier by letting you focus on what's most important, your students and their experience. You can start building courses quickly by simply dragging and dropping content into them. And even create content right in the system, like adding images or videos with just a few clicks. The responsive interface looks great on a laptop, tablet, or smartphone, and it works on any device. Brightspace also lets you teach the way you want. Built-in communication tools let you create a connected learning experience with homepage news feeds, online discussions, and web conferencing. And whether you're fully online, blended, or flipped, Brightspace lets you use lots of different pedagogical approaches, like competency-based education and gamification. It helps you work smarter too. Built-in analytics lets you quickly check on how everyone in the class is doing. You can also dive deeper to review individual performance in more detail. And with smart rules and smart tools, you can automatically trigger activities based upon what a student does or doesn't do to personalize their learning experience. Easy, flexible, smart. That's Brightspace.
start to continue, and you'll notice on
For decades, people have been talking about the future of education. Most of it focused on amplifying the classroom experience with smartboards and other gadgets. But no one could have predicted that in spring of 2020, nearly 1.4 billion students worldwide would be learning from home. The future of education, it turns out, was not about bringing more stuff into the classroom. It was about bringing the classroom into homes around the world. Now we know that schools are less about buildings and more about building connections. And the most valuable teaching tools are the ones that bring students and teachers together. The future of education is here. And it's full of more possibilities than ever before. If you're unsure of where to start, Lenovo and Microsoft can help. With technology powered by Windows 10 that enables learning anywhere and everywhere. With hardware, software, and distance learning solutions for all kinds of learners, all kinds of teaching styles, and all kinds of classrooms. That's smarter technology for all.
It is the phrase of the last year, I'm told, which is "you're on mute." And I should know that myself. Friends, my name is Vikas Pota. Welcome to today's Teacher Tech Summit. It's an event that has had enormous resonance, especially during this last year and a half, where school systems have been shut down and we, as the education workforce, have pivoted and tried to make the most of what is available to us to make sure that continuity takes place so that all children are still able to learn where possible. Now, when we think about the history of T4, we came together last April with some friends, and it is in that convening that it was proposed that we actually try to organize our first T4 branded event, which took place in May last year. And it was with the specific purpose of helping teachers navigate the new normal of the pandemic. There was an absence of leadership, understandably so, given that the immense challenges that society faced. And so we took it upon ourselves to actually go and convene an event that actually we tried to answer some of the biggest questions that existed around the future of the teaching profession and how it is going to impact every single teacher. And we came up with a T4 manifesto at the end of it that actually gave some pointers and highlighted the kind of shifts that were happening. Friends, after that, we asked all of you in terms of what is it that you wanted next? And so you talked about, and we heard very clearly the importance of actually strengthening the school as an institution and to celebrate expertise that is generated as a result of all of your experiences around the world, given that we were all around the world, all on our knees to some degree. There was a greater receptivity to learning based upon the expertise built in schools the world over. So we convened in October the World Education Week, where 100 schools shared their expertise and highlighted all the great stuff that they do, in the hope that other schools are able to replicate their success. Now, that too, friends, was a response to what you had told us by way of feedback that you wanted. In October, when we concluded World Education Week, we asked you once again, what is it that you think that T4 should do in terms of to help you as the education workforce? And you came back and said, with technology being such a meta theme, it would be a useful opportunity to actually think about how we can bring our global community together once again, and to actually have teachers who are exemplary in their use of technology and in the incorporation of technology into the teaching, to actually come and share how they do so. And that is the birth of this Teacher Tech Summit. And the reason I tell you all this is that we are absolutely community driven, and we have been on a listening mode since the beginning of the pandemic. And all of these great convenings that we see and bringing people together, and this energy, is as a result of your direct feedback and obviously your support. Now, when someone asks me in terms of, well, why is it that you do all this? It's mission critical for us that we think about how every child can achieve their full potential. It's really as simple as that. And we have to do as much as we can to able to contribute towards that goal. I may not be a teacher, but I recognize the importance of teachers and of educators. As someone who is speaking later on today said, and has coined very famously, no education system can outperform the quality of its teachers. That being said, this is an effort to help teachers grapple with this really big subject about how do they incorporate technology. So friends, that is the background to today's event and to our organization T4. Now, today's event, you will see some incredible speakers from all over the world. And what we have done is actually, based upon your feedback, again, we have gone and sought out incredible presenters who are teachers in the classroom, and they will be sharing their practice in terms of how they manage to incorporate technology. Now, before I tell you who they are, I do have one request. And so if you are watching this on Facebook, in order for me to be able to look at your comments on the screen and bring them on, I won't actually know who it is until you give permission to StreamYard, which is the tool that we use, that I can see your name. So I would like you all, if you're using Facebook, to go to this address, streamyard.com/Facebook, and just give it permission. So when there are comments, I can actually see them come up. Friends, please, can I please urge you to go to www.streamyard.com/Facebook and give permission to actually, so I can see your faces. I think it'll be a great way of recognizing your input and your contribution as well. And so without, no event is really complete without having a hashtag. And so if you haven't already worked it out, our hashtag for this event is #TeacherTechSummit. And what we want to do is throughout this online event, we want to make sure that you use that hashtag. And today is a Saturday in most parts of the world by now. It is just past 1 p.m. in the UK where I am. And we want to see this trending on Twitter. We want to see it mentioned in many places. But most importantly, using a hashtag allows us to organize and see when this event is over what you all have said. And what we want to do is create a thread of incredible comments by teachers on what they're hearing. And I said to you, we are listening organizations. We want feedback from you. We want to hear what the nuggets are as to what you're learning. And for that reason, I've also asked you to have a notepad and a pen at the ready, and so that you can make notes, because I think it's really fundamental in the way that we learn. We have to make notes. And so please, if you haven't got that, have that on the ready so that you can truly benefit from this event. So what have we got coming up today? We are going to be learning from incredible teachers on all these different subjects. How do we design the learning experience for hybrid and online environments? How do we engage learners online? How do we create good digital content? How do we assess, using these online platforms? And most importantly, and this is the subject of the day, which is, how do we ensure that no one is left behind in online learning? And so, friends, I again implore you to follow us on the social media sites. You can join our LinkedIn group. LinkedIn is another platform that we have a community. You can search for T4 Education and Our World. You can subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can join our Facebook group if you're not already watching it in Facebook. You can also follow me and the T4 Education accounts on Twitter. And there's a new platform called Clubhouse, where we also have a Clubhouse, as it's called. It's called Global Education. Please join it, and I'm also on there. And so, like I said, I'm also on LinkedIn. You can also connect with me there. Friends, I want to go back to this point made over here, which is to do with this summit being streamed and captioned in so many different languages in addition to English. We wanted to make this truly accessible as a global event. And so we've invested in making sure that we can do caption translations. What you need to do is go to t4.education, like it says in the red part of this flyer, and make sure that you go to access translations, and you will see a menu there that you can select which language you want to listen to this on. Now, I just want to forewarn you that, given technology and the use of AI, what we have is a situation that our speakers are going to talk and the AI will pick up what they're saying and subtitle it. And sometimes this is not necessarily entirely accurate, but we pray for your cooperation and patience, and these things become better, I think, over time. Now, I want you all to get your cameras out, because an essential part of going to any event is taking photos. So I want you to turn on your cameras and have turn on your cameras, and we are going to practice taking a selfie. We all remember what a selfie is in the real world, but we're going to do a digital selfie. And so what I want us to do is take our phones out, flip the camera so that it's on the screen, and what we will do is we will turn around, and we will take a photo like this. And so, friends, I want you all to take this photo. So I'm going to pause for a second. I'm going to smile, and then you'll take that photo. As this is all practice for later on when we have some superstar speakers who are tremendously important to education, including the teachers that are presenting. And then you can do a selfie with them and you can put it out. But for today, I want to actually encourage you to use this quote. So I'm going to pause, and then we're going to try taking this selfie. Okay. So here I am. I'm going to pause for a minute, and we go from there. I hope you've all had a chance to take a selfie. Right. The quote I want us to use is, "Teachers will lead the digital learning revolution in schools," says Vikas Pota, #Teacher Tech Summit. I've put it on the bottom of the screen. If I could see all of you go nuts online and just use that as an experiment in terms of your familiarity with these platforms, because later on you're going to have some incredible opportunities. You're probably going to speak to, you're definitely going to speak to the most influential person in education policy in the world over. Your ministers of education wake up in a sweat when they see him. And so that's going to be good fun to show that I attended an event with that person, right? And so, and likewise, when you look at some of our star presenters, you will definitely want to have a selfie with them, because I know that I will. So thank you so much for trying that. And remember, the quote that we want to use is, "Teachers will lead the digital learning revolution in schools," says Vikas Pota, #Teacher Tech Summit. It's important that we do this. So thank you so much for that, friends. Now when we started this event, you know that no event is actually possible without financial support and sponsorship. And so I want to say a huge thank you to D2L for sponsoring this event. Please follow them on the social media sites. We are grateful to Lenovo for their support for this event. Likewise, please follow their social media sites. I'm a huge fan of Pango, which is the only app teachers really need to find any resource from any publisher. It's all in one place. And naturally, I'm going to tell you that the Lemon Foundation, which I'm a really big fan of, do some incredibly impactful work in education, not just in Brazil, but also globally. And I want to thank them for their support. Now, without further ado, this is not just this opportunity for this event is not just about me. I'm delighted to today welcome a co-host. And my co-host today is a phenomenal lady called Dr. Saba Kidwai. Saba is a teacher, and she is also, she's done a doctorate in global education, and I'm pleased to welcome her to this opportunity. Hi, Saba, how are you?
Hi, Vikas. I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm very well. And tell everyone where you're from.
I am in Los Angeles, California.
Wonderful. And so it's quite early in the morning over there, right? It should be about 5 a.m. So thank you so much for making the effort to be with us here today. Saba, what is it that you're most looking forward to in this event?
I think, you said it earlier, it's celebrating expertise and it's celebrating teacher voices. I think, like you said earlier, we know teachers are the drivers of change. They are the closest to the students that we are trying to impact. And so I just am excited and really optimistic about a future where we can come together in communities like this.
Wonderful. Well, welcome, Saba. I'm looking forward to your interactions on screen. And without actually, I should actually announce, I'm told, my colleagues tell me, I should actually announce a really exciting thing that's happened over the last few days. And so 2 days ago, we put out a flyer that said, or a graphic that said that 25,000 teachers from around the world had actually, signed up to this event, which is just incredible when you think about it. This is why when I talk about teachers will lead the digital revolution in school, this is what I mean. Who would have thought 25,000 teachers would have done so, right? But friends, over the last 48 hours, things have just totally blown up. I mean, maybe it's people, there's a fear of missing out, FOMO, but I am absolutely delighted to announce. Are you ready? The number? I know that friends of mine on WhatsApp have been badgering me this whole morning. Well, the number, my friends, is 45,000 teachers from around the world that have registered for this Teacher Tech Summit. Give yourselves a pat on the back. And really, this is a humongous opportunity for all of us to come together as a global community. So thank you so much for reposing your confidence and your faith in T4. And actually, your excitement for this event is what makes it really special. So thank you so much for that. Friends, these 45,000 teachers, I'm told, come from 143 countries around the world. And, in preparation, we did a Flipgrid contest because we wanted to make sure that we found incredible teachers, right? And so what we have is we had hundreds of applications. And when I look at the Flipgrid itself, I'm just astounded with the number of women actually who are teachers who have responded saying, this is how we use tech. For so long, this has confounded us, but we know that teachers will lead the digital revolution in schools. And that is an example. This number, this 45,000 is not possible without friends supporting this. This is not about Vikas and his network. Let me just be straight with you about that. This is about people joining hands, building a broad coalition. So let me tell you a little bit more. There are 13 governments that have gone out and actually, promoted this event. They include Ecuador, Colombia, in Brazil, Sao Paulo province, from South Africa, the Western Cape, in Nigeria, the Enugu state and the Ogun state, in Jordan, in Lebanon, in the UAE, in Palestine, in Georgia, in Moldova, in Malaysia, and of course the Philippines. Now, these 13 governments, I want to say thank you to them for their cooperation and their support for this event. But likewise, we have a country ambassador program where 75 incredibly generously spirited humans from 44 countries, many of them who were already active T4 ambassadors, had decided that they wanted additional volunteering opportunities and responsibilities. And each one of our country ambassadors, I want to say thank you for actually blowing this out of the water to make sure you activate your networks and making sure that they participate. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart and from our team. I should also mention that we launched an alliance of education NGOs, and there are 86 such organizations that came forward in the last 3-4 months and said, we want to join hands with T4 because we believe in the cause. And without them too, this would not have been possible. Now, I want to do one thing, which is I want to check where you're from. And so in your comments, can you please put on where you're watching from so that we can see? I think it'll be fascinating to watch all of you. And so here we have on YouTube, Bina is saying, hi from Dubai. So this Facebook user is an example. I know that you're from Tuscany in Italy, which is a beautiful part of the world, but you need to go to streamyard.com/Facebook and give permissions. And so otherwise I wouldn't be able to see your name. Noreen is saying she's watching from Mati City in the Philippines. We have Nada Ismail talking from Beirut. And it goes on and on. Look at this. This is incredible stuff. You have Zoran talking from Serbia. We have Wales, we have the Philippines, you have Mumbai, you have Kuwait. It just is amazing how many people we have from all over the world that are signing in and watching. And in some places it's quite late, like the Philippines. It must be 8-9 o'clock at night. And so thank you, friends, for making that effort. And now, without further ado, I want to hand over to Saba. But before I do, forgive me. Before I do, I also now want to introduce you to some other innovation that we're going to try. And so I want to bring on to our screen a friend called Andy. Andy, hi, say hi. You want to unmute yourself? You have to unmute yourself, Andy.
I'm in Johannesburg. Lovely to meet you.
Wonderful. So Andy, what are you going to be doing today?
Well, I'm going to do some facilitating, or we call sketchnoting. And I'm just going to do a little drawing here. Everyone's talking. And that's pretty much what I'll be doing, is following what everyone's talking about and putting it in a visual context.
Wonderful. Well, we're going to come back to you time and time again. And so we will check in at a later time in terms of what the graphics that you're producing, the illustrations are doing. So thank you so much for capturing what's going on today. I think this is a fun element of the Teacher Tech Summit.
Thanks.
And so, friends, we have one thing before Saba takes over. We want to do some live polling as we're on this conference. And so if you go to t4.education, you will see a tab that says, take part in a live poll. And, I want you to go to that live poll and actually answer this question. And so we are trying to co-create the agenda for today. And so the first question is, and there are 3 statements underneath this, is which of these statements best describes the quality of your teaching during the COVID-19 pandemic? And so I would love for you to actually go to t4.education, go to live polls, and answer question number 1. All the questions are there, but please just answer question number 1 for now. And so we will come back to the response to this. And what we will do is we will come back in 20 minutes, 25 minutes. I'll show you the results, the live results of what you're saying. Now, without further ado, please welcome back my co-host, Saba. Saba, welcome. And I also want to introduce our first guest, who is probably the most, well, not probably, is the most influential education blogger in the UK, and that is Ross Morrison McGill. But before I bring him up on screen, Ross has been a teacher since 1993. He created his website, Teacher Toolkit, in 2007, which was largely hidden away from the world until he switched it to a Twitter account in 2010, sharing blog posts and classroom resources. Soon, the demand for his teaching and learning ideas spread rapidly across social media, reaching over 14 million people in 190 countries around the world. Ross, welcome to our conference. And I'm now going to exit this conversation and leave it to you to actually show people how you actually structure a lesson based upon your work. And I should obviously point out that there is this book that has recently come called Mark, Plan, and Teach. And you should all look at it on Amazon and buy it in volumes because it's fantastic. Ross, over to you. Saba and I will be back later on.
Okay, lovely. So hello everyone to wherever you are watching in the world. I'm super excited to be with you and to share some of my ideas. I've been teaching in some shape or form for the last 30 years. And as Vikas said, I started a blog probably about 15 years ago now, just as a place to, I was curious with technology. We were in a teacher tech summit and it started as a diary. And then one person from a pocket of the world replied and gave me a bit of feedback, and I started to exchange ideas. And before you know it, there's 14 million people that have done it over the last decade or so. So I'm going to put my slides on your screen, and I'm going to share. I'm just trying to work where the mouse is. Hang on, Vikas. My apologies, everybody. I seem to have lost my mouse. Here we go. Nearly there. Sorry, everyone. Looks like my mouse is frozen. Great. Okay. I might need a bit of technical support here, Vikas. Just give me a second.
That's okay. Ross, take your time. I'm going to bring Saba. Saba, are you there?
I might need to refresh. It was working perfectly, but it just seems to have... I can't move my mouse to the share screen button at the top of it.
This is a story about technology. Welcome to the Teacher Tech Summit. Ross, I'm going to take you off screen and we'll come back.
Okay, Saba, sorry everyone. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Saba, so tell us about your interests and what you're looking forward to today, through today's summit.
I think one of my interests, based off of the research that I did last year, was how do we create more trust within education organizations and return, I think I'm just going to use the word power, and return power back to the teachers to make instructional decisions, to make decisions about the learners that we're working with, and to be able to work together collaboratively. So that was really a big part of my research, was how to look at and how we use design thinking to be able to do this, right? It's one of the biggest challenges ahead of us. And I think one of the most powerful ways in which we learn is through communities, right? And it's one of the, I'm in awe of the community you've been able to bring together. I say it to you all the time. And I think right now, there's a lot of really great people building towards this, that are excited towards this vision of community building as well.
Well, thanks, Saba. I think Ross is ready, so I'm going to bring him back and take us off.
Well, there you go, everyone. A classic beginner's error. So let me put my screen on the side for you. You should be able to see this on your screen. I want to share with you probably the most popular resource on my website. And there's a QR code in the top right-hand corner, which will take you to the actual resource itself. So I shared this about 15 years ago. Although the dialogue regarding lesson plans has kind of shifted dramatically, at least here in the UK over the last decade, and I suspect that dialogue may be different in your context, planning lessons is still a major burden for teachers, particularly teachers who are new to the profession. Some have a curriculum structure, others have nothing. And I think as teachers kind of master their subject knowledge, as well as managing student behavior, planning a coherent sequence of lessons alongside a kind of busy curriculum can lead to lesson planning becoming a serious workload burden. You'll often find many teachers not only just kind of catching up with their day-to-day work after school hours, but often spending their Sunday or Saturdays kind of planning lessons for the week ahead. All teachers need to enter a lesson, a classroom in some shape or form with a plan. And this can be challenging when you're doing this for about 20 hours each week. So I want to share with you an updated version which I've prepared exclusively for the Teacher Tech Summit. And this is inspired by my work with teachers across the globe to reduce this workload issue for you and redesign lesson planning, which is informed not only by my own work with teachers, my own life in the classroom, but also by research and some cognitive science. And I hope that the 5-minute lesson plan essentially kind of changes your working life. So what I'm going to do for you, I'm just going to kind of skip a couple of this quick slide introduction. I'm going to send this to you all at the end. Just want to talk briefly about the 3 approaches to lesson planning. Now, again, this will be different depending on where you teach. But at least here in the UK, when we train to be teachers and we may have an observer or a coach alongside us, this is a classic example on the left-hand side about a decade ago, where this was required for formal observations if you had your line manager watching you. Now, many trainee teachers still have to prepare lesson plans in this depth to demonstrate that they can think clearly about their lesson structure and also provide this as evidence towards qualification. And this will look differently in your own context. It may be totally alien to you also. But this was very real for many teachers here across the UK about 10 years ago. And for new teachers still entering the teaching profession here in the UK, this is what it currently looks like. Now, I'm not abandoning or totally advocating to get rid of teachers to be qualified and to think carefully about how they sequence their curriculum. But this example here on the left is, could perhaps take a new teacher anything between 30 minutes to maybe 2 hours. And the lesson itself with your children might just be, 30 or 60 minutes. On the other extreme, you have what I call doorknob lessons. And let's face it, people with experience watching, you'll have done this in some shape or form. You've arrived to your lesson, touched the doorknob and literally made something up as you go along because you're relying on your experience. A lovely Latin word I like to use is phronesis. Phronesis means professional wisdom. So as you get lots of confidence and experience, you can sometimes go into automatic pilot and narrate the lesson, I suppose. But I guess that extreme on the left and the extreme on the right, they're not sustainable. You cannot continue to produce this detail on the left-hand side for one-off lesson plans on a day-to-day basis. It's just not possible. On the right-hand side, it's not fair for your students, or it's not good for your mental health, because let's face it, if you go in with a plan and you have 30 students or maybe more in front of you, if you're lecturing a kind of larger number of students, it's going to be it's going to put you under quite a lot of anxiety to think on your feet. And that, we know teaching's exhausting, but this is on the right-hand side going to even burn you out much quicker. So the 5-minute lesson plan, myself working with lots of new teachers throughout my leadership career as a deputy or a vice principal, deputy head teacher, we call this here in England. I designed the 5-minute lesson plan. This was inspired by a couple of other colleagues that I was working with in about 2007. And I shared this image here on social media. And although the title, the 5-minute lesson plan, is quite elusive, it does and quite kind of romantic, it does take a bit of practice to get to this point where you can scribble the details on a 5-minute lesson plan and kind of sit nice and comfortable between these two polar opposites. So what I'd like to do with you this for me this afternoon, it might be the evening where you're watching, I want to just take you through the methodology, and then as ever there's a QR code and I'll send you the links and resources via the chat box as we go through. So let me just take you through step by step. So I'm doing a little bit of kind of dual coding here, which is supported by cognitive research to reduce your working memory and present 1 or 2 aspects as we go along. So by the end of this next 10 minutes, this slide will be full. So the first stage is the big picture. Now the big picture is, you've already, hopefully, fingers crossed, you've got your curriculum plan in place by your government, fingers crossed, and all the exam bodies that you have in your own country. And then hopefully within your school, college, university setting, you have some medium plan schemes of work in place. These are your roadmaps. I have worked in some schools where they don't have these in place, and this puts teachers under more significant pressure. So having those in place then allows you to then think, well, there's the roadmap. Here's the medium term for the next 10 or 12 weeks for the term ahead. How do I then take this information and plan the lesson that I have with my students on Monday morning? I need to know the prior knowledge, what schema, so what knowledge and prior concepts and higher order thinking I need to develop with my students. I also have to take into account the group of students, how many students, the dynamics, their needs, and the timings of the lessons. I mean, how long is your lesson? Some lessons are 15 minutes. Countries I've visited in Belarus or in other parts of the world, they can range from 15 minutes to an hour and 30 minutes, or in a vocational setting, it could be all day. So context is key. So the big picture is essentially the lift pitch. Describe to me your lesson in 30 seconds. Now, I just will add, although I'm taking 10 minutes to go through describing this to you, with practice, and at the end of the slideshow, when I share it through the chat, you'll get the blank template. The purpose is to kind of think through, scribble your thoughts, and have a 5-minute version that sits between these two polar extremes, the detailed plan and the doorknob lessons. Okay, so that's kind of the ground zero, the big picture. Stage 1 is your objective. So what we need to do, what research recommends here, is we need to break down into small steps what the key aspects we want students to learn. And the thing that I'm going to really emphasize here is, what do you want students to learn, not do? Okay, there's a big difference between learning and doing. And I think when it comes to learning, we also need to specify very clearly what it is we're learning. And if you're an observer, someone who watches other teachers, it's important also to specify what exactly it is that you are evaluating when you're observing another teacher. So if I said we were learning maths, well, what kind of maths? Quadratic equations, okay, what type of, etc. So we need to break it down into small steps. The key thing, I'm going to come back to this point on retrieval practice later, to strengthen our memory, we have to repeat. So you might call it rote learning, rehearsal, practice, repetition. To become better at something, you have to repeat. So in keeping with the research on cognitive science from retrieval practice, the key thing for teachers explicitly is to ensure that your students write it or say it. If I ask you to think of the second planet from the sun in our solar system, well, I don't know if you're thinking about that question. So what I need to do in the classroom is make sure that you write it, say it to your friend in the class, or say it to me at the front as a teacher. And I need to check regularly for understanding. So a lot of research about non-verbal signals, hand gestures, these things make a big difference to cognitive load, working memory, and also allow me to check where the students are in front of me. Okay, stage 2, engagement. So I believe the most effective teachers tell stories. What do you remember from school? Is it things outside of the classroom, or do you remember that lesson on photosynthesis in the science lab? What teacher unlocked your potential, hooked you in, gave you that kind of life chance or that passion for your own subject? The most effective teachers tell stories. And I'd often advocate, when you're managing physically lots of students all together, some are late also, you need to get lessons off to a flying start. So get something planned that's engaging, enticing. It might be an object, an interactive video, a sound, whatever it might be, the context matters. Try and bring the curriculum to life and hook kids in early. You might want to also leave the kind of key message of your story towards the end of the lesson or the lesson that follows. Stage 3, retrieval. So this is the first key moment in your planning. If we just ask children, or students I should say, what we learned today, that's easy. To shape memory, learning, long-term retention should be hard. So we must ask, what did we learn last lesson? And again, we need to quiz this with our students to check where they all are, so that we can decide where to move forward. I guess the key one here for me would be to ensure that you plan what the key thing is you will test when you next meet your students. Stage 4, presenting new material. So we know that, I'll come into modeling in a moment, but we need to show each stage in steps. So in the UK here, we have a children's program called Blue Peter, and they're always showing little models of things they've made as they present. So it's almost, I call it Blue Peter teaching. Here's one I made earlier, and you might not show the finished product, the assignment, the drama performance, or a table and chair if you're in a kind of practical classroom. You'll just show various steps as you go through forward. Stage 5, planned modeling. So we know we can model. I can do hand gestures. I can pose a question. I can use my body and non-verbal signals to support and challenge students' motivations. I can use a visualizer. I'm obviously, despite the technical glitch at the start, I'm working online. I'm conscious of the various ways that I can model and scaffold ideas. One of the key tips here in stage 5 is to follow this great mantra. I do it first, watch me. Now we do it together, and then you do it on your own, and I will monitor your performance. So it's called cognitive apprenticeship, where the expert, the teacher, guides the student towards a degree of expertise or mastery. Now, there's something here called scaffolding fading. Scaffolding is your range of resources, whether it's a question, a physical worksheet, maybe how you present your physical body language to the students. And you need to work out when to introduce these things, when to take them away, what to use as children develop expertise. There's a term called fading. As you develop kind of feedback and coaching methods with these students, you're going to start to reduce your support to develop their metacognition, to develop their own thinking as they move towards mastery. I guess, you know, with a better understanding of memory, I think if you put me in a corner and said, what's the key thing apart from behavior and subject knowledge all teachers would master? It's the ability to ask a wide range of questions. And it's not the number of questions, it's the type of questions. What if, how could, why, did you choose A instead of B, etc., etc. Stage 7, now there's a lot of things that I could include in here. Use of ICT, the developing the whole child, personal, social, sex, health, education, etc., etc. But if I just kind of squeeze into this area, literacy, numeracy, I'm a big fan of etymological meaning. The word phronesis I mentioned earlier, professional wisdom. Oracy, we should make our classrooms a speech community. We cannot leave developing children's schema to chance. So it's important that we practice oracy, writing, spelling, etc., to develop students' performance. The same with numeracy and all aspects of school life. But that one, we want to develop literacy and numeracy in all our students around the world. That needs a central focus. All teachers are teachers of numeracy and literacy, whatever subject you teach. Interventions, this is your scaffolding a bit more deeper. You can't support all your students in the class, sadly. Most teachers want to. We know it's our moral compass. That's what makes us want to teach. But physically, I can't individually ask 30 questions, give individual 30 scripts. And this is why teachers suffer from the marking burden. We have to try and do this physically when we write comments in pupils' work. So we need to approach our classrooms from 3 angles. In England, we have something called high, middle, low attainers, but I'd probably trump this and say you're going to have many students that are experts and can go off with your instruction. 1 or 2 students might have some misconceptions, so you'll clarify this, then they'll go off and complete your activity. And then you'll have students that may still struggle and need extra support regardless of what you do. So perhaps approach your interventions, whether it's worksheets, types of questions, from a 3-pronged approach. Some people will be familiar with the term differentiation. I think there's lots of myths about this. Of course, we want to support our students, but maybe over a period of time rather than a one-off episode. Stage 9, back to this retrieval. I called it stickability on the 5-minute lesson plan. Make content stick. What is the key thing we want to learn? How are we going to test this? When are we going to recap on the next lesson, developing higher order thinking? There's a great research term called spacing, space practice. So thinking about your curriculum sequence, what am I testing from last lesson? Where are the students going next? What do I need to keep recapping, requizzing on to see where they are to decide what to do next? And then the final stage, everybody, is think about your lessons, your time that you have available, the sequence or the flow. You may have a 60-minute lesson, so think about dividing that lesson into chunks. Now, most adults, and use this very broadly, please, think about cognitive load and working memory. We can only store so many pieces of information in our working memory and manipulate it at any one time. The research I read is between 3 and 9 pieces of information. So I'm conscious that all this stuff already is lots of information for you. So I'd encourage you to watch back the whole video from this conference today. to take more things away so that you can then enrich your practice. But think about working memory in your classroom. How do you design the lesson to flow to give children time to think, students time to think, as well as you to provide explicit instruction? I guess a couple of tips there. My favorites is the KISS theory, keep it simple, stupid, or I use MINT, M-I-N-T, materials, are you in or out of your seats, noise level, and time. And these are great ways for scripting direct instruction, being clear and precise about the learning. So that's it, everybody. That's the kind of key graphic. I guess at the back of the slides, if I could just whiz through, all the slides I'm going to send to you are all here explained in a bit more depth. And at the back, you've got a blank template where you can print it off, redesign it, or scribble onto it. And the link that you need is this one here. I'll just make sure that I send this in the chat box. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I'll share it there in that chat box with the host, and they can put that on to the link for everybody. But that's it. 5-minute lesson plan, folks. I think, regardless of where you work, all teachers struggle with workloads. I think what we all need to do is try and make that life as a teacher much easier. These are just my own experiences. I think teaching's a team sport. It's important that we share our wisdom. And I think, going back to that point Vikas made about 45,000 teachers on this conference is fantastic. And, teachers who can mobilize themselves can really shape policy. So if we can kind of take this huge audience back to our own kind of countries and take this in another context, we can really influence government policy and make the life of teachers easier, better rewarded, whether it's terms and conditions, and a more fulfilling and kind of better status in our society. We all do amazing work. Thank you for listening to me. Apologize for the technical glitch at the start. And I wish you all the very best for the rest of the conference. I'll be tuning in to see what everyone's got to say. So thank you very much.
Roz, that was wonderful. I love how you not only walked us through such a great framework, but the visual presentation was just so beautiful. So thank you for sharing that. You touched on this one thing, that the teacher workload right now is so heavy. It's so heavy. And I'm curious, I love how you've mapped everything out so nicely at a time when people, I think, are having to think about balancing a lot of priorities, right? Whether it's the technology, they're thinking about social emotional learning, they're thinking about the content they have to cover, the skills, we're constantly hearing about all the things today's learners need. How might somebody be able to leverage a tool like this, or think about a tool like you've just shared, to think about how to balance the many different priorities so that they don't see them as mutually exclusive, but rather a holistic experience?
It's a very good question. Now, I'm going to put another link in the chat box for the host to share. But I've actually thought about all aspects of school life, and I've created other templates to help teachers managing behavior, managing marking, inspections. I'm trying to think of others. Doing an assembly, a public assembly. For the first time, if you've not done these things before, they're quite nerve-wracking, and they can make, we talk about mental health for teachers. It's a very stressful industry. So we need to share our wisdom, but also create little methods where we can make complex tasks a bit easier to manage. So the 5-minute lesson plan, when I published it, I think today it's had over 2 million downloads, which is just crazy. But it just shows you also that it's a really useful tool for helping make complex tasks easier to kind of construct. I guess the kind of question, on balancing and some of the things that I've seen, I've probably worked with about 30,000 teachers face-to-face in the last 3 years, before the pandemic. In the last year, about 10,000 online in about 60 different countries. And one thing that I know is that marking drives all teachers crazy, regardless of context. Of course, there'll be different influences and different forces and different pressures from external observers, whether that's your school or college leaders, inspections, or even, dare I say, parents. I think we need to all ban the word marking and instead replace it with feedback, because we know that feedback can be written, which is your marking, verbal, I can talk to you about your work, or non-verbal, well done. And we can also talk about feedback, feed up, feed forward. So there's at least 6 different types. So I think once we also upskill and share our wisdom, we can then start to influence parents, policymakers, and try to make the life of a teacher much easier. A lot of people forget that although we're all just 3 of us on this little camera here, and there's a lot of people watching, the life of a teacher, there's 30 kids around them all the time, if not more, and trying to do all your day-to-day tasks is a real headache and is exhausting. So I think people outside the system need to always remember, let's add 30 kids into our little office space here and let's go about our day-to-day work. It's a bit like how we've all managed the pandemic with homeschooling, people that are parents watching. It's hard work, it's full on. So that's pretty much how teachers live on a daily basis.
Well, thanks a lot, Ross. I really appreciate you taking the time to be with us here today. But before you end, I want to show you the results of the live poll that we have. And what we asked was, which of these best statements best describes the quality of your teaching during the pandemic? And of all the teachers that have responded, 91% have said the experience has made them a better teacher. Right. Are you surprised with that?
No, I'm not, because I think, think about how we've all adapted to the technology and the circumstances. Teachers are very talented people. They've got a wide range of skills. And now I'm not full-time in the classroom and I'm working, consultancy, author, blogger, podcaster, all the different hats I've got on. And, also trying to navigate, Saba, congratulations on your doctorate. I'm in the middle and I've just hit a wall and I'm getting really demotivated about mine. So I've got many hats on. But teachers are very talented people. And I think once you get time to reflect, now I'm outside the classroom, I can think of, wow, I've actually learned loads in my teaching career and my leadership, where I've got a wide range of skills. So I think teachers, apart from the initial shock for us all, and then responding to the technology, whether you had it or not, in your school or in your country's infrastructure, the emergence of technology is fast for us all to keep up. But there's tons of stuff out there. I think it's about filtering the good ideas to the top, so we know, oh, that one works, it's going to reduce your workload and make a great difference to your kids. And I think, it's not been the story for everybody, but the vast majority of us I've been doing webinars for 10 years, but everyone's been doing them all the time, full time, for the last 12 months. So now we're all up to speed, which is great. But, what's the next thing? We won't go into that, but, hologram teaching and whatever else it might be. But that's the future we still got to discover. And that's why we're here today.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Ross. And I was remiss at the beginning, in the excitement of the moment, not to actually show everyone this next contribution towards this conference. And you will have heard undoubtedly that in the UK we've had the loss of a very celebrated figure, that is His Royal Highness Prince Philip. Yeah. And today is his funeral. In the UK we have a minute's silence at 3 p.m. But the way that we want to commemorate and mark this most incredible servant leader's life is we asked a school student to actually mark it with a violin performance. And so I'm really pleased that Anthony Suarez from Alperton Community High School in London has recorded this piece. So please enjoy. And that was the wonderful words of life written by Philip Bliss. Friends, thank you so much for staying with us at this event. We move on to the next segment of our conference, which is really, when we think about the pandemic and the kind of impact that has had on children all over the world. And we want to make sure that this move to online or hybrid doesn't leave anyone behind. And actually, the community that has had the most fiercest is that is categorized as special educational needs. And so today, I'm pleased to bring in front of you Matthew Granados from the Swiss Cottage Research and Development Center and Swiss Cottage School in London, and Tree Martis from the US. Both of you are going to be sharing your thoughts with Saba shortly. But before you do that, I wanted to make sure that everyone got a better understanding of your practice and how you think about it. So welcome, Tree. Welcome, Matt. We'll have an opportunity to hear from you in a second. But until then, I want everyone to actually note what you're saying in this very short clip that you recorded for us in advance.
Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be speaking to you guys today. My name is Matt Granados and I'm a teacher and middle leader at Swiss Cottage School in London. We are a school with learners from the age of 2 to 19 with many complex SEND profiles. Today I'm going to be speaking about ensuring equity and inclusion in online environments. In this first clip, you'll see a learner developing their communication skills, requesting a clip from the internet to watch. So that's a audio visual clip that they're motivated by and that they're requesting using their high-tech AAC. With this clip, it's really important to take a note of just how much time Hannah, our team member, gives the learner to make a decision about what choice she's going to make.
Luna? Choose what you want to see.
My Little Pony.
My Little Pony.
My Little Pony.
Hi! I finished up the work I had to do, so I...
What shall we choose to watch? Tell me.
Jungle Book.
The Jungle Book, okay. Here's the Jungle Book.
And the second video that you're going to see is the learner enjoying the physio activity, which we've combined with some OT targets there.
What would be amazing, just to work on, because we sort of work on Luna's balance and things, if you get maybe the puzzle pieces, the bright puzzle pieces, sort of put some on the table, and then sort of maybe drop some on the floor. And then if you sort of stand up with Luna, obviously careful of her head and the table and things, but getting her to sort of pick some of them up.
A point that I really want to make is just how important a dynamic multi-sensory approach has been to our online learning environment. It's really produced the best outcomes. For instance, using physio plans and OT plans, incorporating those into a learning session, it's helped energize a learner in the middle of the half an hour session, for instance. And likewise, it might help expel some energy.
Tanya, can I ask you?
Yeah.
Push some further away from the table, kind of near the island in the kitchen, just so she doesn't hold on to the table, because we've been practicing her bending without holding anything on.
Okay.
That's it, bend. Hooray! Superstar! Good girl, you have 2.
Another point I'd really like to make is just how important Vygotsky's zone of proximal development has been in really ensuring inclusion and equity in our online learning environments. It really helps personalize the scaffolding and support that's required for each learner in each different activity within the session. So it's really important to have that at the back of our minds. It's also really important to assume competence with each activity. So we're not providing too much support or scaffolding where it's not needed.
Listen. What do you hear? I hear elephant.
Elephant.
What do you hear?
Elephant.
Elephant. Superstar.
So in order to maximize progress for our online learning environment, I found the engagement scale to be particularly impactful. It's really helped assess progress during each session and to be able to work out just how engaged the learners are and how much we need to increase difficulty levels or increase scaffolding or reduce the challenge to ensure progress in the next session. It really encourages a pupil-centered reflection to encourage their deeper learning with each activity.
Hello, my name is Tree Martis, and I'm a librarian with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Library. As part of the work I do, I am a member of the Exceptional Experiences team that provides programming for patrons of all ages and all developmental levels, living with various physical limitations, neurodevelopmental issues, as well as Alzheimer's and dementia. The work we do is very hands-on. And so with the pandemic, we needed to transition hands-on to virtual. We began using the library's e-resources as well as materials within our own home and print materials to create content for the library's YouTube channel and for Zoom for specific groups. To this end, we incorporated 5 strategies. The first strategy was talking, verbal communication using the chat feature, or patrons using assistive devices to speak with us is a great way to open the lines of communication. Second, we utilized reading. We're librarians. We use the library's e-resources as well as print resources in fiction and nonfiction to combine these 2 elements to create real-world context. The third thing we did was we wrote. This may be simply coloring or drawing, but it involved anything tactile. We were working from our homes, and so were our participants. So beans, scarves, whatever you may have on hand, anything to create a tactile sensation, to create context and meaning. Fourth, we sang. Music is a gateway to communication. And so we clapped, we stomped, we sang, we listened to YouTube videos. We made beautiful music together. Fifth, we played. And for us, play was everything and anything to create meaning. We did anything that involved action, interaction, and movement. Quizzes, trivia, we even did yoga. All of this was done in the effort to answer questions, because when you ask a question, it leads to more questions, and questions lead to learning. And so to summarize, I'm going to share with you a brief PowerPoint that'll encapsulate all of this. As I mentioned, I'm a member of the Exceptional Experiences team. We use library-based digital content to create videos for YouTube and Zoom for specific groups. We show an understanding of developmental levels and needs. We utilize digital as well as physical content. We ask questions and create connections to the world. We do this through talking, reading, writing, singing, and playing. Our success is in the stories we hear and the smiles we see. Thank you so much for your time today.
Wonderful. Thank you both so much. You know, I was watching both of you share, and the really big takeaway for me was the engaging strategies you're using, like the gains you're seeing, the strategies you're using, and you know, not like what was it? 77% of the teachers here said that they feel like they've become better instructors over the course of the past year. So I'm curious to hear from you because we have so many teachers on here right now listening, and so many of them are hearing learning loss, learning loss, learning loss, learning loss. And I think so many people right now are trying to think about like, how do we reframe this conversation? We see teachers like the ones that are here today. We see engaging strategies like the ones you've been using. I'm curious to hear from you what advice you would give to teachers around that topic, given especially because your focus was literacy a lot. Like what advice you two would share in that context?
So, so I would say that what I found really helpful is looking at, I think in the States you call them IEPs, in the UK you call them EHCPs, really looking at the targets and what would be most beneficial for the learners at home. So there's some things that work on a lot better at school, but then really utilizing that home setting and really forwarding their life skills and their personal care skills and things. And so reframing, as you say, sort of how we look at that, and those some things may not be ticked and you might not get and see the progress that you'd hope, but then in others you've seen great progress, and when the learners have come back it's been fantastic, and then we see it in different context at school as well. So it's sort of reframing how we look at their plans and what we can maximize and utilize using the home setting. That's particularly helpful for me.
Yeah, and that's what we found as well, is just utilizing whatever they might have in their homes, because I'm coming from a slightly different background with being a librarian, where we're just dealing with, people from all walks of life, essentially. They're not, signed up to a particular school or anything. So we're just looking to see how can we use something within their daily life that will help them keep a connection to the larger world, so that it's creating context constantly, so that they are able to move ahead with whatever developmental strategy they might be working on with their teachers or caregivers.
Thank you. Yeah, no, and I love how you've both highlighted that there are some things that they're going to be, they're going to have made, huge strides in, and there are other things where they may be struggling, and how we sort of balance that reminds me, it's a sort of a nice connection between what Ross shared earlier and what you two are sharing, and how we can leverage these resources together. Welcome back, Vikas.
Hi. Sorry, I thought you were directing a question to Tree and Matt, who are definitely the experts. I really loved what both of you said. And given the opportunity we were trying to present at the Teacher Tech Summit was to make sure that no kids are left behind, would you say that children with special needs have been left behind in this time? I'd love to get your perspective, first to Tree and then to Matt.
It has been hard. Because even with our school system here that I'm familiar with, a lot of the students just did not go back, even when they started back with the online education, because you just never knew what was going to be a good day, what was going to be a bad day. And so I've heard that from some of the schools I work with, but it has still not stopped people like myself, the librarians that I work with, as well as the school systems, from constantly reaching out, because we want to let people know that even if they're not in something formal right now, because so many people aren't, that there are still resources out there that they can utilize at any time. And that's why one of our first creations was the YouTube videos. Before we even sought to work with specific groups, because we wanted to make sure anybody could tap in at any time.
Thank you so much. And Matt?
So it's a brilliant question. I think that what's been really helpful for us is that there may be some targets that we may move quicker with back at school, just on site.
but it's really allowed the opportunity to generalize and get a real deeper learning of some previous targets, but in the home context. So while we might not be moving on as quickly as we'd like, really consolidating all of that great learning that did happen at school, but with families and at the home.
Well, thank you both very much for taking the time to be with us today at this Teacher Tech Summit. There are some incredible comments which I just can't keep up with because the flow is just so quick on this back end that say, thank you so much for your ideas, because this is a really critical subject. So I appreciate you being with us, and thank you so much for coming along today. And we look forward to the next opportunity.
Thank you for this opportunity. It's been amazing.
Yeah,
wonderful.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Well, Saba, we are at that stage now that we want to ask another live poll question. And so this time, if I can ask everyone to go to our website again and click the link to the live poll. And the question we're asking is, describe the infrastructure usually available in your school. I think this will be quite fascinating to get a response on. And please help us understand. So after the next segment, I will come back and ask you all your thoughts on it and give you what you have said to us the world over. Because there's so many preconceptions, actually, what the level of technology infrastructure that we have in schools are. I know, Saba, you're in California, I'm in London, and that's very different to those of you around the world. You may be in Kenya, in Uganda, in Myanmar, wherever it is in the world. We want to understand. And so on that note, we can actually segue onto the next segment of our particular conference by inviting two friends of mine, so Carla Ertz and Sarah Hennessy. Carla and Sarah, welcome to this conference. I look forward to hearing from you. By way of context, I want to tell everyone that Sarah is a reader in teacher development and pedagogical innovation at the Faculty of Education at the University of Cambridge in the UK. She's a research director of the EdTech Hub, which investigates the potential for using EdTech to raise outcomes for marginalized learners in low and middle income countries. And Carla is the founder of Refracted, which is an online global interdisciplinary learning and education community. Carla was previously the Director of Futures at University College London, UCL, Institute of Education, where she developed new initiatives and ran an EdTech startup program that mentored over 250 startups in impact evidencing and research, as well as strategic and product development. Now, the reason why I've asked these two phenomenal leaders to join us is you may have heard that we have a global survey that's taking place, that's in the field, that the EdTech Hub, Sarah and her team, and Carla and our T4 team has been engaging with. So welcome to this conference, both of you. I want to go to Sarah first. Sarah, tell us about the importance of actually surveys and why should teachers actually respond to the survey?
Oh, thanks, Vikas. I mean, the EdTech Hub was really delighted to partner with T4 on this particular survey. I think this will help us build up a really global picture of what teachers have been experiencing in the past year. And that's the real power of a survey, that we can reach people in remote areas of the world all over the place and gather their views and use them to help us move forward and see, how we want to plan, give some messages to policymakers and educators worldwide. So I think survey can be a really powerful tool. It's the only tool that can actually reach people at scale in that way.
Wonderful. And Carla, I come back to you in terms of I come to you, not come back to you. I come to you to say, okay, what encouraging words would you have to the 45,000 teachers that have registered for this event today? What incentive do they need to actually go and actually complete this survey?
I think the biggest incentive is that actually this gives you all a voice. You can all participate in a global voice and a collective voice of teachers all over the world, which is not something that happens very often. Let's face it, teachers don't often get a voice at all. Never mind a voice at this kind of level of potential wonderful noise that we're going to get out of this survey. So from that perspective, I would encourage everyone to kind of take part in this, because it's about you. It's, you know, it's about your life in the classroom, and we want to know more about it, and we'd like to hear from you so that we can also share it back with the world about, you know, what your community is dealing with and how you've dealt with it. So I think that's an amazing opportunity for teachers to be part of.
And Sarah, I come back. Thank you for that, Carla. I agree with you. And, you know, teachers, when you listen to teachers, everything changes, in my opinion. And so, Sarah, in terms of like, you know, where can you point to as examples where surveys have actually brought in, or understanding teacher voice has actually heralded in change for the betterment of education?
Gosh, well, there've been quite a lot of surveys over the decades. Some of them have been much bigger and more influential than others, I guess. I mean, the OECD TALIS survey gave us very good impression of what teaching and learning is like in different countries, how teachers are experiencing that, what they have available to them, the experiences that they go through. And I hope that the T4 survey will have a similar reach and impact. I'm very confident that it will, and it's a particularly timely one, this one, because we're about a year in, you know, since the pandemic struck education worldwide. This is a really great time to take stock, to see what teachers have experienced, and to devise strategies for moving forward. So I think the messages will be really powerful, and I'm sure they'll be taken up.
Fantastic. So if you wish to take part in the survey, and I hope you do as a teacher, you can go to our website again, and at the bottom of the screen, you'll say, take part in the global poll on teachers and technology. You know, we want to get as many responses as possible, because I think it is fabulous to be able to have this opportunity to actually weigh in at this inflection point, I would say, in education. And so having you and your thoughts and your views and your perceptions, I think, will be enormously helpful to a wide array of people. And so the idea is that May the 23rd, the poll closes, but don't wait till then to complete it. Don't do what you did with attendance and registration for today's event. Straight afterwards this event, even maybe during this event, you should go and complete that survey. And it's on our website, t4.education. And I look forward to all these incredible insights that come from it. And so Sarah and Carla are co-authors of the report that we will publish in September, fingers crossed. And from there, we hope to see a humongous amount of traction and influence that comes from, well, this is what teachers around the world think when it comes to education technology services and products. So thank you so much, Sarah and Carla. Sarah, you wanted to say something else?
Yeah, I was just going to say, please do share it with other teachers that you know through your networks. We really want, you know, having a large sample is really important, and reaching people across a range of countries. I'm really excited looking at the chat on the YouTube channel, how many different countries are represented by the people who are already in this meeting. But I know that you all know other people who might not be here today. So please share it widely and see if we can get it out there.
Yeah.
So 143 countries, Sarah. That's incredible, right?
Fantastic. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Carla, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say to everyone, this is about you, you know, so make sure that you're being heard and that you take part in being heard. This is really about you and about, you know, your next chapter in teaching after the pandemic as well. You know, this, like Vika said, we're at an inflection point, and now it's time to start the next chapter. So to start that next chapter, hearing from you will be absolutely fantastic. So thank you.
On that note, thank you so much, Carla and Sarah. Really appreciate you coming and encourage everyone to take part. We look forward to seeing you again in September when we publish the report. Until then, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
And so I bring back, you know, our next set of speakers, including our very own co-host Saba Kidwai, who you can also follow online. And just to give everyone a little bit more encouragement and structure, you know, let's not forget that you can follow all of us on social media. These are the organization's handles. Please feel free to follow also Saba and my accounts across all of these. We're on everything, as you can imagine nowadays. And also, like, you know, we have translations going on. And so please feel free to go to our website and access language translations in all these incredible languages that truly makes this a really incredible event to make sure that we can build global community and understanding. So without further ado, I want to bring on three sets of teachers, I would say. Well, 4 teachers from 3 countries on a subject which I think is really critical. So when we came up with this, it was all about, well, how do we engage learners online? How do you create community online? It's such an important subject given that we're now using all these different tools. And so for that reason, please welcome Michael Hernandez from the US, Elisa Aoun and Lama Nissi from Lebanon, and we have Panchali Datta from India. Panchali, you should turn your camera on. And so welcome, and I will, without further ado, I want to actually show the short video that we have that you've produced for us, and so that people understand what you're going to send, and we'll bring you back for a conversation with Saba. So hold on tight. Please make notes, copious notes, and in the comments that you make on Facebook or YouTube, rather than say, hi from the Philippines or hi from Nigeria, actually comment on what you're hearing in terms of what these incredible teachers are saying. They've put heart and soul into creating this content so that we all benefit. And I think the benefit of actually commenting and using a hashtag is so that we can be reflective and we can share what we're learning. So without further ado, please enjoy these videos.
Hello, I'm Michael Hernandez. I teach journalism, photography, and filmmaking at Miracosta High School, which is a public school in the Los Angeles area. And right now, students are really searching for the purpose behind their learning. And I can really think of no greater purpose than to help them make a positive change on the world. And so what I want to do now is maybe share some projects that my students have created that will hopefully inspire your curriculum and your students. I feel that it's important to let students put themselves into their work, to choose topics and aspects of my curriculum that resonates with them. This year, the ideas revolved around the pandemic, politics, isolation, and racism. Students explored political issues by choosing a topic that they cared about, researching that topic, and then creating a social media graphic. They posted their work on social media accounts to expose these ideas to a wide audience beyond our school. One of my favorite assignments my students completed this year was a project based on the prompt, "In the Shadows." Students interpreted the theme in a variety of ways and created projects in ways that they felt was best for their goals. A student decided to explore undocumented immigrants in the US by creating a website documenting their lives. One of my Black students addressed racism by interviewing students of color about their experiences, then created a series of stylized portraits and designed a digital book that included these photos and the audio interviews. Motivated by the Black Lives Matter protests, another student found a way to address racism within her community by producing a podcast. This project required her to develop a plan, contact a variety of people she didn't know, conduct interviews, write a script, and edit and publish these audio stories. I always encourage my students to create projects for a global audience. So when the New York Times created a contest for teens, I encouraged my students to submit their work. One of my students created this photo illustration, which represented what 2020 meant to him. It was selected out of thousands of submissions and was published in the New York Times. The first point I want to make is that students should own their learning, meaning that they should have a personal interest in the topic and be free to make connections between our curriculum and their own lives. The second point I want to make is that students should have agency. We need our students to be independent thinkers and to become thoughtful, active citizens. The best way to do that is to empower them with the skills and the mindsets they need to set goals and act in ethical ways. Finally, I feel that all of our assignments should help students engage with the real world beyond the classroom. Learning doesn't end at the classroom walls, and these kinds of projects help students to solve real-world problems once they leave school. We can assess our students with tests, but there's no better way to evaluate their learning than by seeing the impact their work has on an audience beyond the classroom. Publishing work and participating in festivals is more rewarding and has much more meaning for them than any grade I could ever give them. My students rely on a variety of tools to complete their projects, some free or low-cost tech, or maybe the mobile phones that they already own. The concepts here translate to every grade level and don't really need a lot of money to produce. The idea here is that you focus on the ideas and give time and space for inquiry, student agency, and passion.
Hello, my name is Elisa تسعون. Hello, my name is Lama Nasif. We are teachers at St. Joseph School, Ernest Chehwan, Lebanon. St. Joseph School is a private trilingual school for children from kindergarten to 3rd secondary. We teach English and pre-math for preschoolers.
We will be sharing with you 10 fun learning activities to engage learners online. We have included these activities during our Zoom sessions and in our filmed videos. Let us have a look at them. Number 1, daily routine and puppet shows.
Good morning to you. And how do you do?
Is this my mouth or this?
Number 2, storytelling.
Happy Pig and George are riding the big wheel.
Number 3, Frankenstein game.
Close your eyes with one hand, hold your pencil with another hand, draw a mitten without looking, and then show me. No looking.
Number 4, this or that game.
If you prefer playing volleyball, cover your eyes. If you prefer playing football, blow a kiss. Number 5, guessing game.
What is this?
Mama.
Good job, Marnie.
Number 6, virtual hide and seek.
Where do you think Little Bear is?
Yellow.
Is Little Bear behind the green chair? Oh, look! Number 7, show and tell and scavenger hunt.
Hulk.
Wow, and what color is Hulk?
Green.
Number 8, hands-on activities.
Dip the tissue paper in water.
All the germs are spread into the air.
Try to bend the crayon. Can you do so? No, I can't. Take your stuffed animal. Try to bend it. Number 9, musical activities. Rain, rain, go away. Come again another day.
Number 10, drawing and craft activities.
You can follow these steps and draw a teddy bear. I have artists in my class.
And I'm going to crush. I have a ball.
We hope that you liked the activities. These are some examples that have had a positive impact on our learners.
Our goal is to keep working on new techniques that will help our students become more engaged in their learning. Much love!
Much love!
Hey everyone, Namaste. My name is Panchali and I'm a teacher in Avanti Fellows working in India. I hold a master's degree in physics and I teach math and science to students studying in senior secondary schools. I wanted to create a large-scale impact, so I joined Avanti that works with several hundreds of public systems in the country. Today, we are working with several teachers and states to deploy a statewide at-home learning program for these students. Public schools are schools that are free for students, operated and funded by the government. So let me share with all of you how we engage learners online. And to understand this, we have to go back to last year where everything had to move quickly online. WhatsApp groups were created for every school and every grade. That meant over 800,000 students were enrolled on these groups. A daily lesson plan was sent that consisted of a YouTube link and a PDF assignment or a reading material. This was followed by a quiz conducted on a Google form. The students would submit their responses and data generated would be shared with all the stakeholders. Well, let's see how we fared on the engagement metrics. Quiz had over 60% participation. In fact, this number was even higher for students who were on the WhatsApp group. But the YouTube videos had less than 20% views. This led to the big question, what can we do to make the videos more interactive or even gather meaningful data to really understand how the engagement works? Well, the answer was Plyo. Plyo is a tool that converts any video into an active learning tool. It allows the educator to add multiple choice questions in the middle of the YouTube video. It also measures engagement metrics like watch time, retention, drop-off, and much, much more. It also allows you to experiment with different kinds of attributes to understand what kind of pedagogy would work best for your class? Is it the length of the video, the timing of the question, etc.? In fact, by just adding multiple choice question in the middle of the video, the Plyo led to a 5-time increase in engagement as compared to any regular YouTube video. Let me show you what this Plyo looks like. This is a YouTube video that has been converted into a Plyo. And as you can see, this YouTube video has a lot of these red spots. These red spots are the questions that have been inserted. Now, this is a question that I've already answered, and I can move forward. And this will mean that I will watch another segment of the video and then be prompted with another question. A student can get immediate feedback whether they're able to learn the concept or not. Secondly, for the teacher, it will draw out a learning map to show where the students are dropping off. Are they getting the questions correct or not? Is that a motivator? Or getting it wrong, is it a deterrent? In fact, you can play it further by varying different attributes like video length, number of questions, spacing, timing of the first question. So let me quickly show you how to create one and for you, all of you to get started. Well, just go to any YouTube video, copy the URL, go to creator.plyo.in, fill the simple form and just click on Create Plyo. And voila, your link will be generated. You can just share it over WhatsApp, SMS, or even embed in an existing web page. I hope this was useful, and to know more, you can go to plyo.in. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. There were a lot of comments in the chat. I have to call some of them out about how engaging you were, how cute you guys were, and how much everybody enjoyed. And I think, Michael, there was even a request from South Africa for some collaboration on some of these projects. So thank you all so much for the great things you shared. There was such diversity across ages and ideas. There is one theme that I saw come up in the chat. So I'm actually going to go with that question. And that is, for somebody that wants to be able to give kids more agency, that wants to be a little bit more interactive, but maybe they don't have the technology tools that allow them to do this, what advice might you have for people in that scenario? How about Michael, we start with you, and then we go to Panchali, and then Alyssa and Lama.
Right. So like I was saying in my video, you can just use your mobile phone to do so much storytelling, even if it's just photography. You can start with something very, very simple and easy and basic. It's not complicated, and have, stories and conversations around that. So even then, I think, if you don't have access to those kinds of tools, you can start by looking and watching others, and start by analyzing and seeing what other people are doing and sort of getting into that mindset of what makes for a good story, and can I vet sources, and do I trust this person and source? So whose perspective is being told and whose message is being left out? Who are we not hearing from? So even if you don't have the tools, you can start those storytelling fundamentals by watching, observing, and listening to others.
Thanks, that's a great suggestion. Panchali, what suggestions might you have for somebody that might not have the technology, but still really wants to give kids more agency and more independence in their learning?
Yeah, so I think we primarily work with a community that has extreme digital divide, right? They don't have access to technology, they don't have access to phones. But what we saw last year is this eagerness from the student to really learn. We have a YouTube channel that saw students right in the morning trying to get a phone from their parents who will go work at 9 o'clock just to watch the videos, right? I think that gave us a very encouraging sign that the students want to learn, are eager to learn. And if given the agency, in fact, they, I think, can do like numerous things. I think I might not have a good answer. What are the things when you don't have technology, what can be done? Some of the things I can share that we saw amongst the teachers that they did is going door to door and forming groups in a safe fashion with distance and everything, making them interact with each other, talking about not just academic but just non-academic stuff, what's going on. And I think that sharing it really helps in building that agency again amongst peers and everything, right? So just like I think teacher has a key role to get all the students together and just to have a moderated discussion like we are having one here. I think that helps. That helps students voice their opinion, talk about stuff, everything. Yeah.
I think that's brilliant. I mean, I think there's a great tie-in between what both you and Michael share, that idea of like community, but also relationship building, right? And we know that relationships are really central to student motivation, student engagement, and, you know, really are the foundation for all the other elements that we see. Alyssa and Lama, what advice would you share for people that might not have the technology tools, but still want to really engage and help their students become independent learners?
Yes, so I would say use what you already have at home. So start with what you have and build upon that. Use the material found at home. Use all the toys that the kids have at home. And then let them share their own work. Let them share what they're doing. And in this way, they will be able to build relationships, just like you said. And they will be able to be happy of what they have and share it with everybody else.
Yes, so basically what Elisa said, I agree with her. And what also we are doing as a community of teachers, we are helping each other, we are giving support from each other. We are, whatever we need, we are taking it from each other to help our students and to help ourselves to create the perfect community that we need.
Thank you so much. I mean, I think there's such a beautiful theme running throughout everything that you're saying around this idea of community, of relationships. And I also just really want to highlight, you know, a lot of people might think that, like, you know, here in California, like everything is so advanced, but like, I think Michael, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was over 40% of our schools had to do the door-to-door punchali that you mentioned. So I think, you know, that's one of the biggest sort of like equity gaps that was really exposed during this time, was the lack of internet for so many students, the lack of access for so many students. And so hopefully that's something that, you know, I think earlier, you know, Vikas, you were talking about policy, and, you know, hopefully this is one of those things that, you know, hearing from teachers, seeing what they're doing, and seeing the gaps that existed will help us advance in those areas. I thank you all so much. Great. It's so great hearing from you all.
And I add to Saba's thanks. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Pinchali. Thank you, Elisa and Lama. You know, engaging learners online is such a massive thing, and creating community in particular, like Saba said, is of fundamental importance. So thank you so much for sharing, and I look forward to staying in touch with all of you. So thank you, and we'll see you hopefully later on in the year.
Thank you.
Well, Saba, you know, the time has come again where we ask our friends online to do a number of things. So the first thing is, you know, if you go again to the live polls, and we would love for you to answer this question, right? Which is quite interesting. How would you describe the role that technology has had on your physical, mental, and emotional well-being since the pandemic started? I can't think of a more important insight that you can provide. And so please go and answer question number 4. And after the next segment, we will come and tell you the results of this particular question that we're asking. And so, Saba, like, you know, Teacher Tech Summit obviously is an important thing that we're doing. And as I said to you, it's come as a result of the feedback that we had last October saying, hey, I want to learn more about how I incorporate technology into my teaching. And that's what gave birth to this incredible event. Likewise, if you remember, last October, we had something called World Education Week, which was this incredible celebration of school expertise, where 100 schools were selected to take part and host a virtual event. And about 40,000 people actually attended these 100 events. And, you know, there was a lot of celebration as to the importance of school as an institution to drive expertise. And so this year, the dates for the World Education Week I want to share with everyone here are the 3rd to the 8th of October later this year. And, you know, and it is an opportunity to celebrate your school. We've gone through such humongous challenges that this is an incredible time to say, okay, we want to celebrate our school. And so we know that you can do this by applying to host a school celebration, and you'll find details of, you know, how you do so on our website. But once again, it's t4.education that you can go to. And the deadline to apply is the 23rd of May. And so we want to see as many responses or many applications, because we're going to decide there's only a finite number of slots that we have. Now, if you want to celebrate in any of these different aspects, then you're welcome to. So we're looking for expertise that you have built around community partnership and collaboration, which I think has been critical during the pandemic that we've seen. If you want to celebrate your success with innovation, if you want to celebrate your success with building resilience and overcoming adversity, do you want to celebrate your success with supporting healthy lives? So that's mental health, well-being, and to do with nutrition. You want to celebrate your success with environmental sustainability. You want to celebrate your creative approaches to problem solving, or to global citizenship, or to developing others, or to student leadership, or to inclusion. These are all immensely useful opportunities to share how you've done so, and celebrate that fantastic outcome that you've had. And so please, friends, I implore you all to take part in World Education Week, which is from the 3rd to the 8th of October. And so then we can actually show and share with the world how schools can drive fundamental change the world over. Because I think the softer connective tissue is what makes schools really high performing. And so it's not just about the academics, but all of this is done in the service of learning. And that's what's really important to mention. So I now want to transition to the next segment of our event, which is around, and when we did our survey, when you applied to take part, when you registered, this one area was the one thing that the vast majority of those that registered said was of great interest to them, which is about how do we create good digital content. And for that reason, I'm really pleased that we have some really great teachers from around the world, actually, who are joining us. So please welcome Johan from Sweden, Claudio from the USA, and Grace Amoka from Nigeria. 3 very different places in the world. Hi, how are you guys?
I'm fine.
Very well,
Thank you very
thank
much.
you.
Wonderful. Well, welcome to this. And Claudio, you look as if it's quite early where you are, but you look wrapped up, which is fantastic. But I want to make sure that we actually see the videos that you have produced, and then and Saba will lead a conversation. So I'm going to start with Johan, and then we're going to come to Claudio and Grace's video. So Johan, this is your moment of fame.
Hi, my name is Johan Skogel, and I'm a high school teacher at a school called LBS in Sweden, in the town of Jönköping. And we're specialized in media education, and I teach subjects as photography and filmmaking. And now I would like to tell you why film is a great digital content for your teaching. But first, a short background. Image, moving or still, is a big part of our communications today. For me, it's just another language, and we have to learn to write it and read it. Therefore, film is a great tool for you to use. You will always be there, you have a clear message, and you'll teach another language. Okay, this is what you do. Skip the long lectures. Break it down. Record yourself. Make short films where you give instructions, hands out assignments, and teach. Make it simple, but with a few easy tricks, you will get a good result. Use your mobile phone and place it somewhere firmly so you get a steady picture. Frame yourself. Use a close-up or a medium shot. You'll get closer to the microphone and your voice will be recorded better. And speaking of sound, make sure that you are in a quiet environment, no disturbing sounds. And place yourself in front of the light. The light should be behind the camera. It'll make you look better. It will make it look better. Before you push record, plan what you're going to say. Write a script so your message is clear and easy to understand. And make short films, not longer than 2 to 4 minutes. And fill them with cutaways. Show your audience what you talk about. And don't be afraid of editing your films. There's a lot of free and easy tools available for your mobile phone. Finally, publish your films so your pupils easily get access to them. Use the Common Video Service on the web. Remember, this tool is not only for you. You're not the movie star. The pupils are the ones who's going to succeed, so help them do it. Let them tell you what they've learned by using film as a tool. By doing so, they learn to see, read, and write this language. You're just a mentor. They are the stars. That's a wrap.
It's great to see. They are the stars. And now we watch Claudio and Grace.
Hello, my name is Claudio Zavala Jr., and I'm a digital designer in Burleson ISD in Burleson, Texas. And I'm excited to share with you how to make good digital content. And I want to start this off by talking about storytelling, because that is the crux of digital content, how I create content, how I share with teachers on how to create content, how I share with students on how to create content, and it all starts with storytelling. We all started with print. I would say many of us started with print. We still have print today, newspaper and books and magazines, and that's the way we share stories. We tell stories. We talk with each other. We use media, whether it's television or the internet. All those things are done as mediums to storytelling. And so when you are creating digital content, when your students are creating digital content, you want to think of that when you are designing. So here are some tips that if you would take with you in regards to storytelling and creating digital content. And that is to design with intention. You want to have the end in mind. An example, here in the United States, we may be building houses and we have a plan. We have the end in mind. How are the individuals in the house going to live? Well, when you're designing content, you want to think about the end in mind. So all the things that make up that content, those things that make up content are color, because they give out emotion. Some colors may be happier, some may be more melancholy. So think about using color with intent. White space, here's an example. In this case, we're using black space to give that image. We're going to draw the audience eye to that area. And also something else I want to, a tip in regards to creating digital content is to keep it simple. You won't want to put too much on it where the audience may not be attracted to it. So you want to keep it very simple. And ultimately, you want to have fun when you're creating. You want to get your hands dirty. You want to get your hands full of color, full of mud whenever you are creating digital content. Maybe digital mud. You want to get your hands dirty when you're creating. And so I have several examples of ideas on taking all of this and how I make this content and how I do that. And that's to create with purpose, with that intent that I talked about at the beginning, the design. Well, here when I take pictures, I always have that thought in mind. When I take a picture, I want to capture it with the intent of how my audience is going to view it. In this case, the design was on the shirt. In another example, I have a design where I took the picture and the text was underneath, but all that space, I purposely took the shot that way. And ultimately, this last example right here was myself pointing down because I wanted to draw the audience attention to that space below my beard here. And then I can add a message to share. And ultimately, all of this, the best way that you can tell the story is by you telling that story. And the best person to do that is you. So I hope you've enjoyed these tips to create great digital content.
Hello, my name is Grace Amoka, a teacher in Local Government Education Authority Primary School, Komimashi, Kaduna, Nigeria, where 90% of children are from low-income families. I'll be sharing top tips on how to create good digital content for communities like ours. The pandemic hit and families in our communities did not have access to computers, and the internet kept dropping when they tried to access online classes with mobile phones. Students struggled to bridge the digital divide. Like the two characters in the word crisis in Chinese are transliterated as danger and opportunity, there was an opportunity to put to use audio content which required lower bandwidth than video, simpler and cheaper to produce and use, and more accessible by children in our community.
To produce great audio content, 3 steps are important. First, the planning, then the production, and the publishing. For the planning stage, the first thing you need to do is decide what lesson you want to teach or story you want to tell. Then you clearly identify the objectives you want to achieve from that lesson. You write out a script to help guide the production of the audio content. For the production phase, after deciding the fable to read and writing the script for the audio production, I go to Audacity, which is a free and open source digital audio editor. Very simple and straightforward to use. I click on the red icon here to record. Ali and the Magic Carpet. One very hot day, Ali finds a carpet in his uncle's shop. What's this? Suddenly, the carpet jumps. It moves and flies up into the air. Hey, what's happening? A loud booming voice comes from the carpet. Welcome, O Master. I am a magic carpet. First, they fly high up into the sky, and then they land in a jungle. It is hot and wet, and it's raining. It's raining! Yuck! By the time I finish, I stop the recording and then play to see if it is what I want. Ali and the Magic Carpet. One very hot day. I can also add different types of effects. I can add background sounds to the story as well. When I finish and I'm satisfied with what I have, I come to File and then export as MP3. I name this Ali and the Magic Carpets. By the time I come to my Audacity folder here, I have my recording, which I can then send to students in my class. I then send the audio content to the students via WhatsApp Messenger. The students learn to speak more fluently by sending their repeated audio files. They can also draw, write, and predict what happens in a sequel to the story. I highly recommend you try out audio content for educational purposes. To do this, focus on enunciation, differentiating characters when telling stories, and then just keep practicing. You'll get better with every trial. The benefits of audio content are it increases the vocabulary and speaking skills of the students since they are forced to rely on listening only. It also helps maintain the interest of the learners. It is easier to make an audio clip than a video, and then it requires less bandwidth than video content. I look forward to see the amazing productions of audio content for educational purposes. Thank you.
Wow, that was incredible. And I love also what really stood out to me was how each of you sort of shared a very different aspect of how we can tell stories. So it's like one of the beautiful things about today, right? Like we're not limited to just one medium. It's how do you feel comfortable sharing, and then maybe you'll grow in other areas too. But you know, I actually went from my bookshelf while you were presenting and I actually grabbed this book called Life is in the Transitions. It was one of my favorite books during 2020 because it's all about how story helps us navigate change, and how we have to keep rewriting that story as, you know, we keep having different changes. So I'm curious to hear from the three of you. Claudio, perhaps we can start with you, Grace, and then Johan, and maybe just share with the audience how they can use story, because you did such a great job sharing the tools, right? So we've got all these different ways now we can think about telling stories. How might we help students use story to make sense of what they've been going through?
Well, I think, first of all, that the perspective from, I think that's the important piece. You know, we all have different backgrounds and different experiences. And I think that's the powerful part of this, of telling a story. And when I present to educators or students, I say, you know, like I said in the video, the best person to share your story is you, and you need to share it before someone else says it for you. And so I think that right there in itself, hoping that, sharing that with the student and saying, you know, you have the voice, you know, to share your story. I can't tell it for you. I can help you. I can give you tools like we've been talking about, the different tools to help you piece that story together, whether it's a video, an audio piece, maybe a song, maybe a dance you create, an art piece you put together, a graphic representation, but any of those ways. But I think the important part is like you share your story. You're the best one to do that.
Absolutely. And I think there's a lot of power in that, right? Like both that empathy component about being able to like listen and learn from other people's stories, but also that idea that like you have a voice, you can tell the story. You don't have to be, you know, sort of like overtaken by the narrative around you. So I love that. Thank you. Grace, how about you? How might teachers be able to help students make sense of everything that they've experienced through story, you know, and then share and that like those audio files the way you shared with us?
So the first thing I would say is teachers themselves need to understand that the stories that we read today were written by other people based on their own experiences or experiences they had heard about. So whatever I'm going through at this point is an opportunity for me to tell my story. Like Claudio said, you know, there's going to be generations coming after me that would want to understand how I was able to navigate the pandemic, for example. So it gives them a wider picture, a better perspective to see the current situations they're going through. So it's not just that I'm going through this and I'm just trying to get out of this situation, but how can I navigate this in such a way that it will make for a great story when someone else reads about it in years to come? So I think that teachers need to embrace this reality first for them to be able to preach it to the students, because you cannot give what you do not have, you know, basically. Thank you.
Oh, I love that idea of like how do teachers use story as well to first make sense of things so that they can be inspired by what, you know, kids are able to do. I also really love that you highlight this idea of experiences. I think at a time where we're seeing so many challenges around racial equity around the world, this is a great opportunity for people to use their voices and have these mediums to share what they're most passionate about. And you make me wonder, you know, 20, 30 years from now, 50 years from now, as people look back and like search like health pandemic in 2020, what kinds of videos and stories are they going to see? So thank you. Johan, would love to hear from you in your wonderful studio there.
Thank you very much. Well, I think we have to remember that quite fast, many people have gained access to a camera and the possibility to express themselves. And most of our communications today is done with picture, moving or still. So for me, I also value this as another language that we have to learn. And I think that's a key thing to also tell our students and pupils that this is a language that you have to learn. You need to interpret and express and create with it. So that's my view on it.
I love that. This is a new language that we must learn. Thank you so much, all of you. These were absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Andy, for the wonderful graphics you've been sharing throughout our time together. And, you know, I think just looking at that graphic, just visually, we can see the diversity that we have today in mediums through which to tell our stories. And so thank you to the panel for inspiring us all.
Well, thank you all for taking part. And I'm really grateful to you, Johan, Claudio, and Grace, from three very different parts of the world who are coming to tell the story. So, you know, Claudia, you talk about storytelling. Johan, you talk about filmmaking. Grace, you talk about, so many parts of the world have a very similar context to where you are in the northern part of Nigeria. And, you know, using audio and WhatsApp and all these media has been actually the story that's come through the pandemic. And how you and, for example, how Panchali have done it in India, I think has just been mind-blowing. So thank you so much, all of you, for doing this. Before we go, I wanted to share the results of the live poll that we're doing, because I think it's important. And so what we have over here is we asked a question, you know, how do you describe the role that technology, how would you describe the role that technology has had in your physical, mental, and emotional well-being since the pandemic started? And look at this, the overwhelming number of you have said technology has actually helped my well-being to improve. Now, that is not something I expected, if I'm being honest. And so that, I think, we have Andreas Schleicher, who's going to join us shortly from the OECD. It'll be interesting to get his perspective on this. But thank you so much for sharing, everyone. And I want to say once again, thank you to our panel, Johan from Sweden, Claudio from the US, and Grace from Nigeria. Thank you so much for your partnership in this. And so we move on. We move on to the next segment, which I'm equally very excited about. And I know that my friend Asake is waiting for us in the background. But Saba, this is a time when we're kind of halfway through this event. And I know that there's tons and tons of you actually asking, well, that was great. The presentations were amazing. But where is the person from my country? Where's the teacher from my country? I know it's late in the Philippines and we have Celine Estaris coming very shortly, but please bear with us and we do that. But look, we wanted to provide a little bit of a respite. And so what we did was we got an incredible opportunity to actually showcase the arts. And so what I wanted to share with you was this incredible video by the St. Michael Marimba Band in South Africa. This is an opportunity for us to get up, stretch, maybe have a dance, and then we'll speak to the choir master, Asake, shortly about what exactly they were playing. And so please enjoy this very quick clip.
Greetings from across the world. We are the St. Michael's and St. George's Marimba Band, all the way in South Africa in Makanda. This performance will be opening the Teacher Tech Summit. We want to say a huge thank you and gratitude to all the schools and teachers for putting our children first. Hope you enjoy. Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and what a great interlude that was. And I'm really pleased to have with us the choir master. Asake, welcome to the Teacher Tech Summit. Tell us, what is it that we heard just now? We can't hear you, Asake. You're on mute. These are the challenges that we all face from around the world on connectivity, so it shouldn't come as a surprise. Asake, if you're unable to unmute yourself, please know that we're incredibly thankful and grateful to you for the performance that we saw. If you could unmute yourself, let's have one more go.
Yes, thank you so much, Vikas.
Wonderful. Tell me, Asake, what did we hear? What was the music? What were the African beats?
Yes, great. The St. Michael's band, they were playing two main songs from South Africa and in Zimbabwe. One song was Shosholoza, which was mainly sang by miners during the apartheid era as they were working and toiling. So to keep the stamina and the unity and the moving going, they would sing that song. Even Nelson Mandela, when he was in prison, he would sing that song, which is Shosholoza. It means go forward from those mountains on a train from South Africa, go forward. And the following song that they did was Pumpkins, which is Mananga Kutapira. It's a folk song from Zimbabwe, and it highlights the enjoyment of the fruits of hard work. So these are the two main songs that they were performing.
Wonderful, Asake. Please know that I'm very grateful. I really enjoyed that. So thank you so much. We look forward to a future opportunity of doing that again. Thank you so much. Now, so I bring back Saba. Saba and I have been WhatsApping each other since this event has started, and she's saying that I am dominating this event. And so I'm going to stop, and I'm going to hand over to Saba.
I did not say that at all, because you're doing a wonderful job. This is also great. No, honestly, I just wanted to take a moment to just sort of share like an experience that I had as a teacher earlier this year, because I'm just so inspired by the community. Like, I'm watching these comments, like I can't even keep up with the comments, because at every given time it's like 200. And I'm seeing like how many different countries and how many people are engaged in here. And I just wanted to share that one of my favorite just one of my favorite moments is being able to come together with other teachers to share and to learn. And I had an opportunity earlier this year to be a part of a group called K20 Educators, and it's a new social media website for teachers, and it's a phenomenal space to be able to continue, I think, this conversation, or just for anybody who's looking to go deeper with resources, with ideas, and really with community. I'll drop it in the chat, but I was so inspired by just the people, the tweets, the comments, that I'm like being blown up on all around me. And so I just wanted to share K20 Educators is a place where I found, a lot of really, really great teachers coming together to kind of just share. And again, just thinking about all the different ways in which we can, kind of hit this from all these different angles to be able to keep building this momentum. So thanks, Vikas.
Wonderful. And thank you for sharing that, Saba. So I hope you're all ready, because I, as a parent, forget education, teacher, I, as a parent, have our next guest, I owe him a debt of gratitude, actually. For what he has achieved, and he and I have had this discussion in the past, so it's not new. But I would suggest that all of you get your phones out, take for that selfie moment, because the next person, I think, he has been just incredible for what he has done for education. And so please welcome the founder of an app called Quizlet, Andrew Sutherland. Andrew, welcome to the Teacher Tech Summit.
Hey, it's great to be here.
And so, Andrew, you were 15 years old. You were trying to fix a problem. Can you tell us a little bit more as to what it was that you were trying to achieve, and what is it that you learned in the process about teachers and teaching?
Yeah, so I started Quizlet because I had a really difficult French teacher. Her name was Miss Selvin, and she had us learning tons of vocabulary and grammar in her class. So we had a bunch of that, but we also had all these really cool things, like we were cooking French food and reciting French poetry, and But there was a ton of vocab that we had to learn, and so I needed a tool that could teach me everything one by one that I needed to learn, because my dad was trying to quiz me and it just wasn't working. So I built a little game that would just keep asking me questions until I got them all right. And when I did that, I started getting better grades than I'd ever gotten before, and I thought that was really cool. So I shared this tool with the other students in my class, and they started doing better as well. My teacher started noticing that everyone in the class was coming to school much more prepared because they were using this tool, and that meant that we could have much richer dialogues in class because of it. And so then just kept working on it from my bedroom nights and weekends, and adding features. I launched it in 2007, went off to college, continued working on it, and then spent the last 10 years growing it as a company, and building it so that it could be a sustainable company that lots of people could use. And now it's used by something like 65 million people all over the world. Most of the US uses it every month in K-12. So that's been a cool milestone to hit. And now it's trying to grow around the world.
And so those are amazing statistics. And you started at such a young age, and entrepreneurship came to you easily, it looks like. But tell me, in terms of I remember you speaking about being still in touch with that teacher of yours that gave you this spark. Tell us about what you know about teaching as a result of technology, not necessarily just Quizlet, but certainly about what's happened over the last year, and what your advice is for the teachers that are watching today.
Yeah, so my teacher, her name is Johnny Selvin, and I'm still in very close touch with her. We probably talk at least a couple times a month. She's a huge inspiration for me, mentor to me. I think of a phrase I just learned recently, actually. It's called like a warm demander, and I think that encapsulated her perfectly. She really cared about all of her students. She built relationships with them. She learned who they were, but she also had very high expectations of them, and she was demanding. And she knew, what I was capable of. She knew, even if I did the assignment pretty well, but I was capable of more, she would tell me that. And so, as I've actually started teaching. I'm teaching my first class at MIT this semester, and I've been thinking a lot about her and how to emulate that sort of warm, demanding style that she had.
Wonderful. So I want to take some questions from the audience that is amassed here, and so if you have any questions for Andrew Sutherland, who's created this quiz tool called Quizlet, please do put the comments in whichever platform you're using, and we can then Andrew is we'll present him and he will try to answer. Andrew, in terms of different types of technologies being used over the pandemic, what do you think in terms of the potential is for these technologies being here to stay? So when schools start opening up, do you think that these tools are going to be less sticky and not being used?
Well, I think a lot of people are certainly craving getting back to real life and using a little bit less technology. But I think that something that we can strive to keep is something exactly like this, which is like, we probably wouldn't have gone for like a fully digital conference where we could bring together people from South Africa and the US and the Philippines all within 30 minutes. That we sort of, it feels like we have permission to do that now. And I hope we keep giving ourselves permission to pull together things like that. And so, like, I'm teaching a class in Massachusetts, and that's like 3,000 miles away from me, but I'm able to do that now, and that opportunity will probably end, and that's a little bit of a shame. But I hope that there's still more sort of cross-border, cross-time zone connections in the future.
So there's some great examples of questions that are being asked. So, for example, there's a question over here: is it possible to make Quizlet into PDF versions for students who might not have internet access? These are real issues that have come out as a result of the pandemic. What do you have a response to Stephen Hughes, who's asked this question?
Yeah, Quizlet has some PDF printing features. I believe from any page you should be able to save for PDF and share some of the content. So that's definitely a possibility.
Wonderful. Well, Andrew, please know that you have my my personal gratitude. You know about the story of my daughter, waxing lyrical about the use of Quizlet specifically for French, actually.
Yeah.
And so, thank you so much for that. And I know that it's quite late in the evening for you, but I wanted to
it's more like it's about 4 a.m. So it's in the middle of the night, but it's fun, and I'm so glad to be here. Empowering teachers is sort of my life's calling and passion. So I will wake up in the middle of the night just for that.
You're very kind, and because you're so young, it shouldn't be a problem either.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your time. I appreciate you joining us.
Yeah, great to chat. Thank you.
Take care, Andrew. And so, my friends, we are making good pace at today's event. And we before we get to our next segment, I want to actually plug our global poll. We've done these live polls, which have been taken from that global poll as a subset of questions. We want to make sure that many of you actually participate. And so I'm hoping that you are able to join us by going to our website and making sure that you actually take this poll. It will take half an hour of your time. So grab a hot drink, grab a cool drink, be comfortable. Just want to manage your expectations. The reasons why we want you to do this are that we're trying to give teachers a voice. Rather than having technology thrust upon us, rather than having policy thrust upon us, we want actually teachers to be leading in the development of products and services and the ways that we should be thinking about technology use in schools. Like I said, I think it is teachers that will lead the revolution in schools when it comes to technology. And so with that in mind, here's a really important segment that we're going to go into now, which is around assessing learning online. And for that, we have some incredible teachers who have joined us from around the world. And I know it's very late, Celine, in the Philippines. But before we allow you to actually tell people your story, and I want to invite yourself, Edward Kawa from London. Welcome, Edward, and the E-Twins. Hi, Mario and Alberto. How are you? We can't hear you. You're all very quiet.
I'm very good. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, it's lovely seeing all of you. And what we want to do now is show your videos. And so we're going to start with Edward and Celine, and then we'll come to Alberto and Mario, the E-Twins. Enjoy these.
Hi, everybody. This is Edward Kahwa. I teach economics and business at Alperton Community School in Northwest London. I'm here to share with you a few ideas on assessment for learning, which I found very useful. My colleagues have found the same very useful too. And we hope you would find them useful in terms of assessing your students, checking for gaps in their understanding and knowledge. We've used these tools in lessons, we've used them in remote learning, and they've been absolutely wonderful. I hope you would find them useful too. The first one is Pear Deck. Pear Deck allows you to convert Google Slides into very active, useful resources within the lessons. And this is how it works. When you add Pear Deck onto your Google Slides, you allow students to answer questions within the slides themselves. You're able to monitor their progress. And I'll demonstrate this by sharing a screen with you, and you can see how this works in real life practice. Now, this is a slide that you're looking at right now. This is a question within one of the slides that I've set up for the students. And the students right now as we speak are actively answering this question. I've just picked out a few of those. And this here, for instance, deliberately 4 students answering this question, but 3 are active, 1 of them is not. And you can tell that from just down here, where it says 3 out of 4 responses. So straight away, you're able to check who is not active in the lesson. The other part of it is, for those who are active, what are they actually doing? You are able to show responses here, and you check this either on the teacher dashboard, or you can actually do this and you're able to click on each of the students' work and see what progress they're making. You're able to check for gaps in their knowledge and straight away address those gaps without having to wait for the end of the lesson when the gaps are perhaps wider at that point. You're able to give feedback to each of the individual students and scroll through all of them, checking also the other person who wasn't answering questions, and you're able to address those issues instantly. The other bit is you could actually lock the screen so none of them is able to continue, especially if you realize that one of the issues is actually a widespread issue across the class. And the last bit about Pear Deck, and again, there's so many things you could do with it, but one of the other aspects I wanted to share with you is that at the end of the session, when you click End, you're able to actually download individualized PowerPoint slides, which in this case are Google Slides, with the individual answers that each student gave. And these are very good for the students to take home, to reflect, and also for you to address and use as evidence in terms of the progress that students are making within your lessons. And I hope that will be very useful for you. The last one I want to share with you is a tool called Quizlet, and particularly Quizlet Live. I find that extremely helpful because it's got an element of competition, very healthy competition, that allows them to collaborate together, especially if they're working as part of a group. So what do I mean by this? It's a question that is set up as a multiple choice question. They're set up in groups of, say, 4 or even 3. But when they answer these questions, each of them has different answers, but there's only one question. And so they now have to work together to find out who of the 3 actually has the correct answer. Let me just demonstrate what this looks like on the teacher's dashboard. Now, when you're the teacher, you're able to look at the progress for each of these students and for each of the groups. And this could be individual, it could also be as a group. I prefer to use a group because then you're able to allow collaborative learning. You're able to allow students to share their understanding, to discuss the answers before they come to a final conclusion. This is a live session going on at the moment. I just want to demonstrate that they need to then compete and see who gets to 12 first. Now, whoever gets it wrong, they then have to go back to 0, and they've got to continue working and demonstrate that they can actually get to 12. And as you can see in this session, the competition is still going on. And of course, we're looking at who is able to actually get to 12 before the other. But should any of them get the question wrong, the idea is they go back to 0 and they have to start again. So it's about getting 12 questions correctly consecutively. But the idea here also is that if you see in this session, we can now see that most of the students are moving at the same pace. So for that particular topic, you'd expect that the students are actually working well for that topic. But the other thing you can use for the same is to see the spread out. If you have a few people approaching 12, while the rest of the class is actually down towards the 0, then you probably need to stop the quiz and address the shortcomings within the lesson. And so those are some of the tools that I found very helpful. And again, it will be quite interesting to hear what you have to say about the same and with the ones that you've actually used yourself. Thank you very much for your time.
Hi everyone, my name is Selena Saris and I am a grade school social studies teacher from Xavier School in the Philippines. Today, I will be talking about how we can use multimedia in assessing student learning. Because of the global spread of the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of teachers, including myself, have found themselves having to adapt to teaching classes online. The following are some of the ways that I've incorporated multimedia to be able to assess my students' learning amidst this situation. One of the ways that I love assessing my students as a social studies teacher is to have them do a quick role play and put themselves in the shoes of news reporters who have to tell us about what's new, what's going on, and what they think about it.
This article is about the Philippine Navy installing 11 sovereign markers to identify the areas that are part of Philippines territory. When I read this article, I felt proud because our Navy is protecting our territory.
Journaling is one of the great and wonderful ways that you can capture student ideas in the raw. So you can have them do free-form writing, they can incorporate pictures or audio and video, it's up to them. Or if you have younger students, you might want to give them a guide and give them prompts that they can work on, and then they can just fill in some of the blanks. Here we have an example of a postcard-themed journal where our students showed us the different traditions and practices that they have in their family, as well as how and why they practice them. Another example is this one where they talk about their duties and responsibilities as students, members of their family, and the community. One of my all-time favorites would have to be the creative virtual gallery. For this one, I actually let my students pick what they wanted to do, whether that's sing, draw, create a cartoon, a comic strip, or whatever it is that they wanted to express themselves in. And the key here is just that I gave them a theme to work on. So everybody had to adhere to the theme, but whatever way they wanted to express themselves in and show their ideas in worked.
You must honor the Philippines.
Protect the Philippines like me. You are loyal to the Philippines.
Using multimedia has helped my students be able to express their ideas more confidently. If you're looking into using multimedia assessments as well, I would suggest that you look into your students' interests and what type of learners they are. From there, you can choose the form of media that best suits your needs and theirs, or you can always give them the option to choose what works best for them. But remember that regardless of what media you choose, always anchor it on your goals and the skills that you want to develop in your students.
And now we also go to the eTwins.
Hello everyone, I'm Alberto and my name is Mario, and we are known as the E-Twins, and we are here today to talk about authentic evaluation. So Mario, what are the 3 goals for today?
The first one is that we want you to realize about the importance of the future-ready skills. Second one, we want you to recognize your weaknesses in your evaluation. And number 3, you need to transform your evaluation into a 21st century evaluation.
And how are we going to do this? The first step is to recognize those skills that we are asking our students to use in our traditional activities. In this case, we are talking about a science test. The only thing we are asking students to do is to memorize the content and select an answer.
This is another example of a science test as well, but this case is focused on phases of the moon, and it is exactly the same. We are asking our students to memorize content, to write it down, and this practice is very teacher focused. The teacher creates the activity and the student only does what the teacher is asking them to do.
Now that we have recognized these skills that we are using right now, we need to acknowledge the characteristic of an authentic evaluation. We have taken the science test of fill the blanks and we have transformed it into an essay that asks students to do a task, to apply their content and have a real connection to the real life.
Again, this is an example of the science phases of the moon test, and we have done the same. Instead of asking the students to write down the answer, we have asked them to solve a problem. They need to design a system that human colony on the moon, and they need to take the knowledge, the content that they learned about the phases of the moon, and apply that content to solve this problem. This activity is very, very focused on students because they are the ones who drive their learning and who drive their knowledge and decide what actions to take to be able to solve these kind of problems.
And now, Mario, we have recognized the skills we are using. We have acknowledged the characteristic of an authentic assignment. And now, how can we transform our activities from this traditional approach to an authentic assignment approach?
We need to follow mainly these 3 steps. The first one, we need to change our assignments from select an answer to do a task. And second one, we need to make that connection with the real world. We need to have our students using the knowledge, the content they learned to solve these problems in the real world. And number 3, we need to empower our students. We need to give that power that teachers have right now to the students and empower them to be able to empower their learning.
That's really important. The key word here is empower, right? And how do we use technology for all of this? Technology has made our world smaller. That's the beauty of technology. And thanks to this, we can work on collaborative projects. What about if instead of asking students to complete that essay by themselves, we invite other students from around the planet with a different point of view and different background to contribute to this assignment? And we can go even further. Now that we have the technology that allows us to make video calls, what about if we invite an expert when we are working on our moon base to ask that expert about different things?
Exactly, and the third one could be gamification. What about if we have our students created all of this in a virtual world? We have them building the base, we have them building different things in a virtual environment, in a virtual world, or even in a video game. We could do that, and technology opens a door to this new wall of opportunities.
Also, when we talk about gamifications, we talk about escape rooms, we talk about games, those games that help students to apply the content that they learn. And now, I'm sure you have this question. You have been thinking about this kind of approach the whole presentation, and you are asking yourself, this is really great, but is this really useful?
Is it working? Yeah, it is working. We have improved our standardized test results in at 28% in the last 3 years. So this is the proof that our approach is working. We want to finish the presentation with a question, with a reflection.
How are you going to change your evaluation? We have changed we have given you the tips to do it, and now it's your turn. It was a pleasure for us to be here today. We hope to see you soon.
Bye.
Well, that was absolutely wonderful. Thank you. And I love the call to action that you kind of included. And I love the diversity in which each of you shared different tools, different platforms, different ideas, and different ways of thinking with this. I think we'll start off with the most obvious of all is the standardized testing, right? A lot of people are like, but I have to be focused on the test. I have to, teach this content. I have to do those things. And we do see the scores, the data you showed is something that I think a lot of people who do this work, I'm sure Edward and, Celine, you would agree with this as well. So what advice might you give to people to help overcome that fear? What's one thing they might be able to do so that they can kind of see, oh, wow, okay, yes, this is happening. What would your advice be, or what has your experience been with your students? Maybe Edward, we'll start with you, and then eTwins, and then Celine.
Thank you very much. I think my experience has been that when students enjoy what they're doing, especially that we're using tools that in this day and age, the students really love being on the smartphones if they have one, but they just love the technologies. What we're doing is we're getting into their world and we're doing things in their way. So the learning is almost part of what their experiences are, and they find it a lot easier to connect with what is happening. And they're used to resolving issues through games like the twins were talking about. So when we're using these online tools, there is a gamification of sorts in things like Quizlet, for instance. They think they are competing, but in actual sense, it is a collaboration. They're bringing their real life experiences, and you're also teaching them communication skills in the process, which is very interesting to see the transition happen. And I think that's been the experience I've seen in my school with my students. They love it, but it also helps to sort of make the entertaining bit of it actually a learning experience in so many ways, tapping into their own experiences and building on those because they all come in with a variety of culture, and it's good to share that within the classroom setting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the biggest things that I hear from you as you say that, it reminds me of the importance of making sure students are happy, right? That they're enjoying what they're doing, because anytime we're happy, anytime we're enjoying what we're doing, we're more motivated, I think, to learn. So eTwins, perhaps share a little bit what advice you might give to a teacher that's like maybe a little bit nervous, but very excited, as many people we're seeing in the chat are, very inspired by everything you all have shared.
Yeah, first of all, thank you everyone who is like just the chat is on fire. We are we've been watching the chat, and thank you everyone for commenting, and your support is awesome. So I think that when we look at standardized tests, we are always afraid of them, right? Because they kind of dictate how well we teach, right? Or that's kind of the idea behind them. But if we take a look at this holistic way to teach students, what we are doing, we are developing those skills that they will be able to apply to solve all the challenges, all the problems that the students will need to pass in this standardized test. If we think about content, we are teaching our students to use that content in a specific scenario, right? Specific challenge. So this content, for example, what's the tallest building on Earth? We can just apply that knowledge to that question. But what about if we teach those students about how that building was built, how those forces are together to have that building the way that it is? They can apply that knowledge, those skills, critical thinking, problem solving, all those things to many different scenarios, to many different challenges. And that's the vision that we share, and the vision that we really like, this holistic way that we give tools students to use in a different scenarios, different contexts.
And not only for tests, for their daily life. If we think about life, like, do we solve problems every day in our life? And our students will keep solving problems when they grow up, when they go, to work for a company or something like that. So focusing on skills instead of content, we think it is a win-win scenario, because they will perform much better in their standardized test, and they will be ready, for their future and their future job.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. The emphasis that you place on the idea of transfer. You remind me of, Grant Wiggins and Jay McTighe and their understanding by design the importance of, how do we think about assessment? Not just what can I do here, but how do I take what I've learned and transfer it to new environments as well. So really, really love appreciate the different perspectives and connections you're helping make for people. Celine, would love to hear from you what advice you might give to a teacher that's feeling a little bit nervous, is very excited and inspired, but maybe a little nervous.
All right. So first of all, I'd like to say hello first and mabuhay to all my fellow Filipinos who are watching this right now. Thank you for tuning in. So for those who are nervous to try these things out, I mean, when we are approaching change, it's something we can't help, that we will be nervous about facing it. And it's just that when you try it, and then if you fail, that's okay. You have to try again until such time that you're comfortable with it. And you mentioned earlier about the standardized test. I think what we need to remember is that we're moving past the age of boxing our students into the pen and paper type of assessment, and we're moving to more holistic, more authentic ways of really assessing them. And we have to remember that our students, not all of them are good at writing. Not all of them will probably be able to memorize their textbooks or the information there. But what's more important is that we help them develop their other skills as well. Just like what Andrew and the eTwins mentioned, is that we have to teach them how to speak, how to collaborate, how to communicate, things like that. And by using all these tools that were mentioned, and multimedia, and even social media nowadays, it's a big help to really helping our students come out of their boxes and really be able to express themselves more confidently and be able to develop those skills that they need beyond school, the skills that they will need once they like go into work or just their day-to-day lives.
Yeah, there's actually a really interesting comment that came up while you guys were sharing that I think relates to this, and that's that idea of like, how do we ensure that students are the ones who are answering the evaluation online? Is there any way to reduce academic dishonesty? And I think, you know, what's really interesting about a lot of what you're sharing is like, there isn't really any cheating happening or academic dishonesty because everybody's bringing in their own voice. Can you maybe touch on that a little bit, or any transitions you've seen in students who perhaps maybe weren't as outspoken before, or you couldn't really tell so much about them, and now you were like, oh wow, like I had no idea you could do X?
Yeah, I think that's the question, right? I mean, when we made this transition to online environment, that's the question that every teacher around the world asks himself or herself, right?
Yeah, and we always say the same. So if you don't want your students to cheat, create activities, create assignments that don't allow them to cheat. You know, for example, instead of just using like a worksheet to answer different questions,
Fill the blanks.
Fill the blank sheet. Just create an activity where they need to solve the problem. If they Google some information, go ahead, Google it. You know, the hardest part of that assignment will be applying that content, not learning about it. Will be just taking what they learned to solve a problem. So they will not be able to cheat. There is no way, you know, that they cheat.
And we even encourage them to cheat. You want to Google it? Go ahead and use that information to apply to solve the challenge I'm giving you. That's what they want. Do research, do whatever you want, but just keep in mind all the information you're going to find is not going to help you to solve the problem. You will need to think, critical think, and use those skills to solve the problem.
Yes, I'd just like to add to the same. I think that's the key element that we try to build as teachers. You're not just teaching them the theory, but we actually build the whole child. We literally build the future. And I think one of the key elements there is the key element of integrity. And that is the element that we try to build into the students. But also we must have the tools to make sure we're able to identify where cheating is. And of course, it has to have repercussions in some way of sorts. And I know that quite a few online tools that sort of help you to do that. For instance, on Google Classroom, you could easily identify plagiarism. It gives you options to identify plagiarism. So any copy and paste work is easily identified. But also that when you allow for discussion, for instance, if they're collaborating on a specific document live online, I think cheating becomes a problem because then they cannot connect, because these are issues that would have had to be discussing already. You're building up on their own experiences in school, and although they're doing it remotely, the technology has sort of killed off the distance and brought them together. So that collaboration is not going to work if they haven't had it before. So I think those aspects and a few other tools that you could use online will almost certainly eliminate, it won't eliminate totally, but I think it reduces quite significantly the chances of cheating. But again, of course, it gets into murky fields if it's a proper exam style, and I think that gets into different other tools, which I don't think we want to cover at this point. Yeah.
Okay, for what I think is a good way to also reduce cheating is to actually provide the resources to the students. So for example, for me in social studies, I've been teaching my kids about the internal migration, and recently this year we talked about how that internal migration can affect the spread of COVID, for example, in the country. And so what I did is I gave them the statistics. These are the statistics of how many people are sick. These are the protocols in place. But what does it mean? You know, so they have that information, and they don't have to, it's good if we can have them research it on their own. But for me, teaching young kids, I provide them that information, and then I ask more of application questions of what does this mean? What can we do about it? So things like that, where they can apply what they know or apply their knowledge, where it's not just learning about the content or the information, but actually knowing what it's for. And I'd like to touch also on a question that you had earlier about how it's changed my students. So one thing I noticed is with, for example, for multimedia assessments, is my students who usually don't participate in class, who are very quiet during our discussions, they come out sometimes with the most creative artworks or the most creative cartoons or songs, and it's amazing to see how they can actually apply what they know in different ways other than how we usually test them, which is by pen and paper or all these written works.
I love that. Would anybody else like to share a student story?
Yes, I could share some. We have got quite a lot, but I'll share just a few. We've had this student in class who you'd really almost, it felt like you're taking them to the dentist if you got them to speak anything. But when we got online, that is when when the way they were responding and thinking, is this the actual student? That's when we had to check and see, is this the student I've got in the lesson? And just like Selena was saying, they were very active. They came out of their shell. And we actually did a survey at the end of the whole remote planning, because we've ended remote planning in the UK. And we found that most teachers and students said they were much more active online, even for those that never said anything. And it has informed what we're doing after that. We've changed the sitting plans, we've changed the way we're teaching. And that's because of these people that we thought didn't have a voice. They now have a voice out of this technological aspect. And it's been amazing.
Yeah,
and yeah, I could share another story too. So, for example, social studies, history, we don't do tests on history. Well, we don't do paper tests on history. We do different tests, like a Minecraft world, filmmaking, like a different project where they show to us everything they have learned. They need to apply everything they have learned to create a product and then share that product with us. So I had this student for Egypt. We were doing Egypt, and the final project was filmmaking. They needed to create a movie about Egypt, about how like a time traveler, traveled to Egypt, and he was just discovering everything and all of that. So I had this student, and he was very, very shy. And he told me, Senor Mario, like, I just don't want to do it. Like, I am just very shy. I don't want to do it. I love to draw, so I want to create my own cartoon series about Egypt. And I was like, okay, no problem at all. You need to give them opportunities to, show them what they learned and to be confident in their work. So when I saw the final result, it was just amazing. I couldn't believe what he did. So I contacted the Utah Film Center here, because they had some courses about kind of like graphic designing and cartoon and creating all of that. And like I told them, I had this amazing student and you need to see his work. It's just mind-blowing. So he started to take some courses with them, and now he's collaborating with them in some projects, So he went from just being a very shy student that couldn't even be in front of the camera to just be collaborating with the Utah's filmmaking center, because
wow.
And it was just a yes from the teacher what changed everything. A yes of, okay, just do this in your way, just show me what you've learned in your own way, because that's what you're passionate about.
Yeah, and I think like listening at all of these stories about this, I think this is really eye-opening and reinforce the idea that different students have different needs and they learn in a different way. And for some of them, it's really good to be in a physical environment face-to-face with the teacher, but for some of them, they learn better online at their own pace, like with their own environment at home. So that's something that we may want to keep in mind in the future when we design activities. When we are back to the classroom, maybe we want to start designing activities for those students that work better online or work better on a computer.
Oh, I love that. And I love all the different stories you've shared. I used to teach at an international school, and we used to have a lot of international students. And so they used to be very, very, very quiet, but like very respectful, really polite. And they were high school students. And I'll never forget when we gave them the opportunity, we got more technology, we gave them the opportunity for videos. You saw a side of them that you just many of you mentioned. I think a lot of us have this moment, in common, that is that the same student? Like, is that really you? And it's so exciting to see those aspects of their personalities. There was a really interesting chat, though. You're getting some great feedback in the chat. There was a really great question that came up around how do you assess these as a teacher? Students are doing drawings, they're doing these different things. Do you find that it's easier to assess those? Do you find it harder to assess those? What has your experience been, or what would you recommend in terms of how teachers give feedback on these projects?
I found one of the tools that was very useful. I would recommend it, actually. It's called MOTE, M-O-T-E. It allows you to give verbal feedback. And again, it's a Google Chrome extension. You could put it onto anything. it gets into your Google Classroom or any other tools that you're using. And we use it. I teach in a school that has more than 20 languages spoken. And like you say, international students, some of them will have come into the country just a few weeks before. And so they're trying to learn English. And so we found that teachers are able to actually use this for translation, speak into that. And the students are actually able to do the same in terms of their responses. So again, it's called more MOTE. And you could use that for verbal feedback. It's been amazing. And we're trying to roll that across the school, and it's been very, very effective. But I understand how it can be frustrating. But it's a lot, because it's verbal feedback. Within a space of 2 minutes, you're able to speak what would have taken you a long time to type, unless you're really good at typing. But also that some of the feedback is picked up, not just the way what you've written, but we miss some of the signals, the tone, the way you're speaking. All these different aspects contribute greatly towards extensively good feedback that builds this child and allows them to know what they need to do, the next steps they will need to do to make the progression that is required for them to achieve their full potential. So again, there are quite a few tools available, but it's one of those that we found very, very helpful.
Yeah, I know I, as a student, would have appreciated verbal feedback way more than seeing a paper full of red, right? That just incites sort of this anxiety. How about Celine or eTwins? Anything from you about advice for teachers thinking about how do I assess when students are creating different things?
I like to point out that the reality of having differentiated learning activities is that it does take time out of the teachers to really measure that and to evaluate that. But the payoff in student achievements is so much so much better, and it really makes it worth the effort. And I guess one of the great ways that you can assess it, having different activities and students having different outputs, is to construct a rubrics with really clear descriptors that are targeting the specific goals that you want them to, or specific skills that you want them to develop. So that way, regardless of what output they submit to you, if you check the descriptors and you check the rubrics, then it makes it easier also to have everybody measured on the same scale, regardless of what they have submitted to you or what they created.
Absolutely. eTwins.
I was going to say exactly what Celine just said about the rubrics. Like, it doesn't matter what the product is, as long as you have a rubric to measure that, to grade that. Like the rubric measures or the standards, the content. So a 3 is going to be a 3 in a paper or in a film. Or a 4 in your rubric is going to be a 4. It doesn't matter if it is on, I don't know, a Minecraft world or is on a piece of paper. As long as you know that, like, that is differentiated learning is gonna be great.
No, that's wonderful. I remember for me, one of the big things I found was a very big aha moment. I felt like before I was doing this type of work, I had all of my assessments stacked up at the end of the project or the end of the assessment. And what I found when I started doing more of this type of work was I was giving so much feedback along the way that I almost knew what they were going to submit at the end. So I didn't have to do anything at the end. It was like sort of that conversation and dialogue that happened along the way. But thank you so much, all of you, for sharing. The chat, you can tell, was just blowing up while you were all speaking. And I think, just to kind of, honor, I think what a lot of you shared, this idea that, how do we take this experience that we've had now, seeing learners learn in different ways, and honor that moving forward, even when we all return back to the classroom. So thank you so much. It was really wonderful.
Please also accept my thanks, Celine, Edward, the eTwins, for this really important segment that you've contributed towards. I can tell you from the comments, and Saba is right, you may have been busy in your presentations, but just the quality of responses we're getting is just humongous. Just like in the other segments that we've had, as I'm really pleased that you're able to shine a spotlight as to how you are actually tackling this challenge of assessing online, especially in this last year. So please accept our thanks, and we look forward to our continued dialogue as we go on. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And so what we have with us Andrew Jack of the Financial Times. Andrew, welcome to the Teacher Tech Summit. You have been hearing very patiently, and I apologize to you in advance for everything that you have seen. Now you are an independent journalist that does quality reporting. What is it that you have heard about technology and education this time? Because you've written extensively on it.
Yeah, and thanks for having me. No, I think you know, it's a bit of a trope, but I mean, there's no doubt that technology has been out there for a long time, but the kind of the potential of using it has accelerated very substantially in the last few months. I think a lot of it was there for a while and people were kind of unsure of what value it had. Of course, now people were forced very rapidly to adapt and adopt, and there's no question that many, as we've been hearing, have done so in very different forms around the world. I think not necessarily always in the ways or using the products and services that people had anticipated. You know, arguably a lot of the tech that's really been powerful has been fairly simple, enabling, you know, platforms to allow teachers and students to engage. And also that was long there in the background, some of the more administrative enabling functions to deal with the kind of the bureaucracy and so on. I think the jury's out still somewhat on the more, how should I put it, in lesson and pedagogical applications of technology. And I think also somebody in my case who's spent a lot of time alongside and before education looking at health, where of course there's a huge demand for high quality trials to test the evidence of new products. The ed tech space is full of, what should we say, rather more marketing hype than evidence to kind of back up the genuine value and impact on a large scale of a lot of these interventions. So I also have a kind of lot of sympathy for many students and administrators and decision makers trying to understand how to balance priorities, what the wider implications are, the resource implications, the longer term risks. I think, you know, we'll never go back perhaps to where we were fully before, in as it were a more analog and a purely face-to-face world. But I think there's justifiably still a lot of caution and a need for a lot more evidence to really see the full value and understand the potential drawbacks and downsides. And I think, you know, the evidence, the joy, the appetite for children as well as teachers to return to school, not to mention their parents very often, is a very sobering and powerful reminder of that human and social contact and interaction that technology can and should never replace.
Well, Andrew, I asked you to co-pilot the session with me, you know, because our guest actually, and I've said this to him many times, actually, you know, he has performed and contributed so immensely to the education sector that I'm really pleased that he makes the time every time actually to show up and actually, you know, speak to teachers and use the platform to great effect. He is none other than Andreas Schleicher from the OECD, who is Director of Education for Education and Skills at the OECD. You know, he initiated and oversees the Program for International Student Assessment, otherwise known as PISA, and other international instruments that have created a global platform for policymakers, researchers, and educators across various nations and cultures to innovate and transform educational policies and practice. You know, he has worked for over 20 years with ministers and education leaders around the world to improve quality and equity in education. You know, and there's some great ministers and leaders who have called him. For example, Arne Duncan, who was the former US Secretary of Education, said that Andreas understands the global issues and challenges as well as, or better than anyone he's met, and he always tells him the truth. And the very infamous former UK Secretary of State Michael Gove called Andreas the most important man in English education, even though he is German and lives in France. And so please welcome you know, Andreas to this conversation. Andreas, welcome.
Thank you, Vikas. Thanks for the invitation.
You know, today we have, Andreas, we have 45,000 teachers who have registered for this event. And, you know, it's all around technology. Would you have imagined that to be the case ever?
Well, I think, you know, before the pandemic, technology was on the margin of it. And I think what has changed is not the technology, but the social acceptance. But it's become the lifeline of education. And I think that's really what's different now. We haven't seen that much change in the technology yet, but I think the way it's used, deployed, the way teachers are trusted to become designers of innovative learning environments, I think these are the real novelties.
Fantastic. So I'm now going to leave Andrew and yourself, but I believe you want to start with the presentation, Andreas. And I know everyone asks for copies of your presentation when you're done. So we will be sharing, I hope, Andreas, with your permission, your presentation. So I'm going to take Andrew and I off the screen, And then Andrew, you will come back when Andreas stops, and we'll have a great conversation and understand your insights. Thank you so much, Andreas. Over to you.
Thanks so much. And I will just, share a few kind of highlights from our work. And just looking back in the pandemic, the school closures, of course, have, disrupted everything. And if we look around the world, some countries were lucky. You have a few countries, like Denmark, New Zealand, Germany, that managed to keep that limited to a month in 2020. But then you go to countries like Costa Rica, Colombia, where essentially the entire school year was lost. Now, the first thought that people have, this is just a reflection of the pandemic itself. But one of the most interesting findings from our data is that actually, infection rates do not explain those school closures. There's actually almost no correlation between the rate of infection in a country and the extent to which schools have been closed. The biggest predictor of school closures is something entirely different. It is the quality of the education system itself. We measure this through our PISA rankings, basically the learning outcomes, and they are a reflection of the quality of the work that teachers do. So in a nutshell, where you have education systems where there is a lot of frontline capacity, teachers being creative designers of modern learning environments, being very, very good to understand how different students learn differently. Actually, they have been able to keep schools open even when the pandemic hit the country quite badly. Whereas in other countries where capacity was very limited, outcomes not so great, actually school closures were pervasive, even when the pandemic was not so dramatic. So we are not just talking about a health crisis. We're talking about the resilience of our education systems to cope with that crisis. And that first and foremost depends on the quality of the work organization, the enabling factors that actually allow teachers in a difficult situation to be imaginative, to do things well in a way that we couldn't predict. What you see here is not simply a reflection of wealthier countries being able to sort of do a lot of things more. No, actually, we have taken that into account. It's really the quality of the education system. Now, Vikas, as you said, during the pandemic, technology became sort of the essence of it. And we're not just talking about, high-end online solutions, artificial intelligence, big data, learning analytics. People talk about this, but actually in the pandemic, that was just one of the factors. We've also seen lots of, materials being prepared for students. Television actually playing a very powerful role, particularly for the youngest children. Mobile phones. Some countries that were not so great on, broadband connections and so on, were very creative to quickly deploy mobile technology. If you think of Colombia, if you think about Peru, some, regions in Brazil, they couldn't, deploy high tech very quickly, but everybody had a mobile phone. They were actually to use it, radio, other distance learning. So actually what this pandemic has done, it has mobilized the resources that we already have. And a lot of this was, technology conserving existing practice, maybe not yet transforming practice, but clearly it has become sort of a very, very essential tool. And I think people look at technology very differently a year on now. What's also very interesting, how much has happened to support people. Basically, 80% of the countries for which we have data subsidize devices, basically giving schools, teachers, students possibilities to have enough technology, to have flexible and also asynchronous platforms. It's not just Zoom lessons. It is also giving teachers, giving parents, giving students tools for self-directed learning to make up for learning losses, learning gains. Infrastructure in remote areas has been dramatically improved. So, we complain a lot about what has not happened in the pandemic, but we should be quite cognizant of the major efforts that have been made to deploy technology in the education systems in many, many different ways to close gaps. But I also want to sort of make some caveats here. This is some data that is not, for the OECD as a whole. That's just for the United States, where you actually show, online learning. In the case, this is a very famous mathematics platform. Before the pandemic has hit, students from privileged and poor backgrounds use those technologies at very similar rates. You can see the blue and the light blue and the green line more or less in the same place up to the middle of March. And that's basically because, teachers in schools often use technology to support, weaker learners from weaker families. But then the pandemic hit. You can see all the lines go down. But when you look at the students from the top income quartile, now the students from wealthy families, they recovered very quickly. Now their parents were very quick to, give them, access and support them. They probably had also learned how to learn, so they could manage in the pandemic. But the students from disadvantaged families, they've never recovered. So this crisis has dramatically amplified the many inequalities of our education systems. And that shows, the essence, the essential roles that teachers play. Technology alone will exacerbate inequality. Technology deployed, with teachers being able to use it in a smart way, you can actually use it to close some of the digital gaps. Of course, we also had to manage our schools in healthy ways. Obviously, nobody could just go back to school as normal. And you can see physical arrangements in schools have changed. Classes have become smaller. Social distancing is becoming the norm in almost 80% of the countries. We have seen a reduction in suspension of extracurricular activities. That's something that worries me a lot, because those are the activities that are often, so important to strengthen social emotional skills among students, 21st century learning, where students are active learners. And that's, gone because, it was so difficult to organize. We have seen students returning by age, most education systems giving priority to the younger kids, to the more disadvantaged kids, and a lot of, hybrid technologies coming into place. So different kind of education than we have seen before. There's also been a lot of effort in countries to remediate learning. You can see almost, over 70% of the countries actually doing things about, learning gaps. Sometimes learning in the vacation period, sometimes, learning on weekends, sometimes offering extra classes, hiring sometimes retired teachers to provide personal tutoring. Again, I think it's not enough, but actually it's a tremendous effort. The only question I ask myself often is, why did we need a pandemic to put this emphasis on equity? Many of the things that you can see here say, well, we should have always done that. One area that has not been benefiting so much is about vocational education. I think that's something where, this has fallen through the cracks, and these are often not, the most privileged learners. I think more needs to be done on this. How do we sustain learning? One of the most interesting, I wanted to show you this as teachers, one of the biggest changes that we have seen is that education has become so much more of a whole of society enterprise. It's no longer about just teachers teaching students. You can see here communication, e-school platforms for teachers, for students, for parents. Teachers actually engaging with students on a one-on-one basis. And that's probably what, young people will take away from this crisis. Who was the teacher who called me when I was, in need, who understood who I am, who I want to become? Email to students and parents, holding regular conversations about student progress, video conferencing techniques using to connect with parents. This is no longer an exception. You can see it's happened actually in the majority of countries and the majority of schools. I think it's a very positive sign that, parents have become more part of the equation. Probably most parents, after having done some weeks of homeschooling, will appreciate the work of teachers a lot more than they did before. So I think, that's a momentum that we can use, that it's no longer about, teachers being regarded as, providing services and parents choosing schools and, students, being consumers of content. No, actually, I think we have the opportunity to bring everybody together. Teachers, of course, needed a lot of help themselves on technology, and you can see also there, the bars here are not as long as you'd like them to see, but there's been a lot of technology training. But when it comes to digital pedagogy, I think, many governments and many teacher training universities themselves didn't know really what to do well on this. So I think that's why you don't see so much emphasis on this. But, overall, I think, there is, teachers are becoming learners in most education systems in the field of technology. They're becoming, and for me, that's also the future. The future is not about schools buying technology. The future is really about teachers and communities of teachers really becoming designers of, pedagogical solution for the technological age, and then, making good choices about the technologies that are needed. We see that in other fields as well. In the medical sector, doctors are big drivers of medical technologies, and I think teachers, need to take ownership of this. Last but not least, there's a very last point I want to make is, decision making has shifted. On the one hand, we have seen a centralization in education over the last, few months when it comes to decisions on school closures. People want those decisions to be made consistent, transparent, predictable. So central governments have often taken on more control from regional and local government than they had before. But at the other end of the spectrum, you can see when it comes to, deciding on how to teach, what to teach, deciding on your curriculum development, implementation, work organization, you can suddenly see now those decisions are largely be made at the school level. So we have seen a kind of, polarization, some decisions being centralized, but also teachers a lot more empowered, a lot more trusted, simply also because some of the old infrastructure, the industrial work organization in schooling isn't working anymore in this pandemic. And I think it's not going to go back to where it came from before. Money is always important. I'm going to conclude with this. Fortunately, we can see that most countries actually are investing more in education. In the last year, that was the case. We predicted to be also the case for this year. I put most of the countries for which we have data into green. I must say the picture looks very different when we go beyond the kind of industrialized world that I'm talking about here. In the developing world, unfortunately, we have seen big budget cuts. That has not happened in the wealthy countries so far. But one caveat here, we saw the same picture in the financial crisis. In the first year of the crisis, increases in spending, and then, 2009, 2010, a big slump in education spending. So I think we need to worry about this. I think we all need to work together to see that education is protected in the aftermath of the crisis. When we build the future, it will not happen by itself. And I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Andreas, fascinating. Thanks very much for that presentation. Some very interesting trends that you picked out. I mean, maybe just going through a few of them. First of all, you talked about that very interesting pattern that a few other studies have also highlighted, where there isn't a clear correlation between infection rates and school closures, and some interesting distributions. I mean, how far do you think, though, it is the school system or the quality of education that actually drove a reduced rate of school closures, or how far were these factors driven actually by wider societal pressures?
Well, that's a really interesting question. Our data show that actually the quality of an education predicts over 50% of the variance in school closures. So actually high-performing education systems with a lot of frontline capacity, capable leadership, school leadership, teacher leadership, capable teachers who were very quick to adapt, who were able to make decisions, could run their schools even in a very difficult pandemic context. Some countries like Sweden never closed their schools. Countries like Denmark, Germany were able to sort of keep school closures very limited, despite quite bad infection rates. And it really is more a capacity issue than just a health issue. That's my takeaway from this.
And do you think, crudely, societies that value education more have been perhaps more acutely aware and have tried to ratchet back down the level of school closures?
Yeah, absolutely. And that affects both sides of the coin. Those countries that value education more are the higher performing education systems. And they're also the ones where there is a greater expectation for education to be given priority. What we have seen even in the wealthy countries, some countries closed their schools before they closed their shopping center. I think that is what we have seen in some countries, whereas, in a country that values its future and that, appreciates education, that's not the thing you would see.
So let's talk a bit more about the technology aspects of all this, which is very much the theme, of course, of this conference. I mean, the issues that you showed there about growing inequality were very striking. I mean, of course, we could argue that technology ended up hugely intensifying that degree of inequality, both in terms of access, for example, to broadband, but perhaps also in, the capacity or the familiarity of certain groups and classes compared to others to use technology well. So do you think net it worked well, or actually it sort of leaves us in a worse situation than we were in?
Well, certainly there have been massive learning losses. I think, technology can complement the work of great teachers, but it just doesn't substitute for teachers. I think that's very clear. This is also, I think it's also clear that there will be a great increase in inequalities. And it's not just about technology. It's also about, to what extent young people have been prepared to learn on their own. You need a fair amount of motivation. You need to have access to great, learning strategies to use technology really well. And I think often what we see in disadvantaged communities, those things are not taught very well in normal times. So when the pandemic struck, the best technology wouldn't help those students. But in the long run, I look at this more positively. I also think that technology holds the promise to close some of the equity gaps. Technology, artificial intelligence, learning analytics will help us to understand much better how different students learn differently and to engage with this. We can get away from the kind of one-size-fits-all learning environment towards enabling teachers to understand the learning styles and preferences of young people and to adapt it. We're seeing already technology making major differences for students with special needs. So that's not what happened in the pandemic. Once again, technology really just conserved practice. It didn't transform it. But I do think, for the future, I have great hopes that technology will help us to overcome some of the inequalities. Why? Sometimes, when teaching resources are unequally distributed, technology can even it out. Technology can make you learn from the teacher that is most adapted to your learning style than just the one who happened to be in front of you.
And as one of your charts showed, of course, technology is a catch-all, isn't it? But it includes everything in some ways that we've seen rolled out, from very sophisticated and AI enabling approaches on the one end to simply radio or mobile phones, for example, on the other. Any thoughts and insights onto, if you go to that less sophisticated end, about what made a positive difference? So the nature of content and how it was presented, even in relatively unsophisticated digital or audio form.
Yeah, I followed that in many countries. And what really struck me is that some countries were very rigid. They said, well, online learning is online learning. We need to wait until everybody gets a computer and we have the right learning platforms. And then we roll out the software and train the teachers. And very little happened. Other countries were very opportunistic. I really want to cite the city of Bogota as an example. They looked out and said, well, we have maybe 10, 15% of students with a computer. It's never going to work, online learning. But, everybody got a television, everybody got a mobile phone. Why don't we combine the two worlds? We use television for knowledge dissemination and we use the mobile phone for the interactivity. And actually, so those countries that were, smart enough to use the technology that were accessible, which people were comfortable with, very often actually, further ahead than the countries that, aim just for, the high-end, online technology. So I think that's something I take away also from the crisis, that we really need to be responsive to what exists. And those decisions are not made well by governments. They are made best by people at the front line who know what the situation is in the families, who know their students, and I think, the future probably needs a lot more ownership of the kind of digital solutions at the front line.
And it's still quite early days, but again, looking at some of the nature of the content that was being disseminated by different forms of technology in different parts of the world, any interesting first lessons or positive signs you think to take forward in terms of the format, the packaging, the duration, the nature of the interactivity compared with a more traditional in-classroom approach in the past?
Well, I think we have seen steep learning curves for many teachers. At the beginning, teachers try to do the same as they do in a class, doing a lecture online, and they saw very quickly we are not going to reach our students that way. So you could see actually teachers, working on smaller chunks, dividing groups up, combining synchronous and asynchronous kind of modes of learning. So I think there's been a lot of development on this. What I wish here is that governments would have helped their teachers more in prioritizing content. What is very clear, when you have less learning time, you need to teach fewer things at greater depths. And there was sort of this illusion, well, we can just squeeze all of the learning content into a shorter time. And I think that has led to a lot of superficial learning, superficial content being learned. And I think we missed an opportunity. We should probably at the beginning, have made some radical decisions about, what are we willing to cut and what are we, deepening to give students better learning experiences. So I think there has been too much content dissemination, too little deep learning, really. And that's something, many teachers complain about themselves. It's not, the fault of teachers. That's really our inability to adjust the curriculum content.
We'll come back in a second to thinking about what comes next, but just one final thing on the technology specifically. Any concerns you've seen or the needs for new thinking or regulations around the use of technology, and notably how individual data on students or their identities, their performance and so on needs to be controlled in a way that prevents potential commercialization or misuse?
Well, I know that's a big debate. That's a difficult debate. How trade off, individual privacy with the kind of potential of free flowing data. I must actually say, the way students use the data outside their, school is so radically open, and the school is so radically closed in basically preventing almost any meaningful use of big data. I actually think we lose a big opportunity. I think it's the big data and the learning analytics that will ultimately help us understand how students learn and, make learning more granular, more adaptive, more interactive. And I know, there are some risks, but we seem to be very willing to take those risks, out of the school walls. And we don't seem to be willing to take any risks within the school walls. Or what we often do is we say, you as a school leader take full responsibility of this, and then nobody does anything. So I somehow but that's my personal stance on this. I think we should take a more balanced attitude to this and see the risks, be clear about the risk, but also see the huge potential that lie in an innovative utilization of data. I think the future teacher is going to be a data scientist as well. I think the future school leader is going to be a data scientist, and I think that's really how learning will be lifted to reach all learners in their different styles.
And let's just throw the situation forward. Of course, there's a lot of talk now about the post-pandemic recovery, about how to assess learning loss and how to think about catch-up or the new approaches, at least going forwards after this long period out of schools. What are you seeing as some of the best practices around that?
Yeah, I think that we should think beyond catch-up. I don't think it's about build back better. It's about build forward differently. I really think, we should use this pandemic also to get rid of some of those things that actually have very little future, the reproduction of, that subject matter content. And I do think, just, running through this and having people catch up what they lost, I do think, we should look at the opportunities that we have, the time that teachers have, and give teachers also more of a voice about, what are the knowledge, skills, the attitudes and values that are going to matter most for the future, and how we can focus our energy on developing those.
And do you think, you touched on it in one of those survey slides as well, but that sort of what had been lost or was being lost going forwards in terms of the broader, the extracurriculars, the sort of wraparound support, a lot of talk about mental health and social re-engagement, for example. So how to get that trade-off between the need to, as you say, go deeper in core areas that are necessary to build forward, but also to provide the wider enrichment that students need as they return to schools.
Yeah, actually, you just made my point much better. What I'm really worried is when people say catch up is, okay, let's just focus on math and science and reading, and let's put all our energy to make sure that students catch up. No, I actually think we should look at the opportunities that come from those extracurricular activities, that come from the kind of social learning experiences, that come from intercultural learning experiences. I really think that's where a big part of the future lies. Now, can students see the world through different lenses and perspectives? Can they appreciate different ways of thinking? Can they, and engage with people who are different from them? I think we should not lose sight of those objectives. And I think that's going to be a very difficult discussion, but I think that we see this in every field. The future will be different than the time that we saw before the pandemic.
And do you see there's going to be a lot more use of students, children doing peer-to-peer learning? You talk a bit more about the kind of the evolving role of the teacher in this new world.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we are going to see teachers who become much more of learners themselves, who become much more of mentors, of coaches, of, designers, of, enabling learning environments. And, I think everybody in the new system, everybody will learn, students will learn, teachers will learn, parents will learn. And I do think we need to change the work organization for teachers to, maybe teach a bit less and have more opportunity to learn from your colleagues, with your colleagues, and the same for students. I think what the pandemic has shown is when students master the right learning strategies, when they have that motivation, that interest in this, that love for learning, when they have access to good technologies, you can actually put a lot of learning outside the classroom. And I think if we combine those different kind of learning environment, I think we will achieve superior learning outcomes. So I think peer-to-peer learning, absolutely huge potential.
And less of the traditional role of the teacher at the front, as it were. They'll become still more a sort of facilitator than perhaps we've seen in many systems in the past.
Yeah, I think knowledge transmission is something where this is the one area where I don't think teachers will compete with technology in the long run. I do think, listening to the results from an experiment from a teacher is not the same as doing this experiment in a virtual laboratory. I think when it comes to knowledge transmission, I think technology will actually, be far superior on this. The role of teachers really becomes of, understanding students, helping students, reach their goals, being a good, mentor, facilitator. Hopefully, not just in school, but I think we will probably need people like this throughout our lives if we want to adapt on this. But I think this is the kind of social role that I think will be crucially important. And I also think that's the role that actually, in a way, I think you will see a rise in the status of the teaching profession. The work will become much, much more demanding, but also much more professionally rewarding, because we survey teachers every 5 years. And the one thing that always comes out clearly when you ask teachers, why did you become a teacher? Is because, I want to help students, find their way. I want to support students. I want to, see them grow. Rather than, I just want to, fill them with certain elements of mass knowledge. So I think teachers are ready for that. Our education system should become ready for it.
Actually,
sorry, Vickers, go ahead.
Sorry, Andrew, please make your point.
No, I was just going to say, on the other hand, there seems to be some quite concerning anecdotal reports and surveys that a lot of teachers are now feeling incredibly burnt out, and also school leaders. And there's a sense that, they'll hold on because, of course, they're very professionally committed. But in the months ahead, perhaps once the pandemic starts to ease, we might see a big turnover of teachers quitting the profession. Is that a concern that you're picking up?
Well, I think if we succeed to make teaching financially sufficiently attractive, but more importantly, intellectually more attractive, I think, we're going to see people coming towards the teaching profession. What drives teachers out is not necessarily workload, at least according to our data. The primary factor is not workload, is the perception we're doing so much meaningless kind of work that has nothing to do with the development of children. And I think that's the biggest risk. That is what drives burnout, stress, at least according to our TALIS data. It's not so much actually the work with children. So I think if we should probably redouble our efforts to make teaching, a sufficiently attractive profession. And then I think, it could be an amazing job.
What we Andreas and Andrew, both of you have been pretty instrumental and encouraging of a survey that we've put into play a few weeks ago, which concludes on May the 23rd. And we're trying to, and actually, Andreas, you've been very kind from the OECD providing that support. And actually, there's a few PISA questions in there. And we're asking that exact question, right? In terms of this understanding about, this refrain that we hear about teachers leaving the workforce as a result of the pandemic, and whether it's true or not, and also a multitude of other issues. And so, Andreas, you have championed this use of these tools as a way of driving insight in public policy in particular. And I thank both of you actually for your encouragement in that regard. And what we've tried to create through T4 is, which has been a response to the pandemic, is a global community of teachers that want to actually engage on all these discussions. And we've very much been listening to teachers to say what they want to see from us. And today is a testament, I think, at least in my head, about how teachers want to because we've all been jolted, want to understand how they incorporate technology in the teaching. And actually, there's a massive scope for governments to actually come in and do professional development at the back of it as well. And so, Andreas, thank you so much for your time. As always, your voice is so important to the sector, and I'm really grateful that you've made the time on this weekend. And Andrew, your work at the Financial Times in writing about global education also has been pretty critical in terms of making sure that we raise the profile of what is required. And both of you have done a great service to education. So thank you so much for your time today. I'm really grateful for both your times.
Thank you.
Next opportunity. Great. And so today we are fortunate in the next segment of this conference, and we're in the final stages now. We have four friends of mine who have joined us from different parts of the world to talk about the work that they've been doing, but actually what they've heard during this conference, which I think will be fascinating. And so I want to introduce, my friend Jaime Saavedra, who is the Global Director for Education at the World Bank. And he's done some incredible work around about flagging up the issues to do with equity in particular. Jaime, welcome to this conference. Please know that I'm truly grateful for your participation. Secondly, I want to bring Camila Pereira. Camila looks after education at the Lehman Foundation, which is not just Brazil's most prominent and impactful family foundations, but actually has a huge voice on a global stage. Camila, welcome. We also have Rich Henderson. Rich is joining us from the US. Rich is Director for Education for Lenovo, which is a sponsor of this organization, of this event. But more importantly, has a humongous deal to say about what the use and adoption of technologies and solutions to make sure that we improve learning outcomes. And the last person I want to bring on, and she will laugh because you may say, all three of you may say that today's entire benefit of 45,000 people who have registered for this event, is for Andrea Zafiriku's book launch, and this is your book, Andrea. And so Andrea, as you may know, she's the winner of the Global Teacher Prize a few years ago, and her book got released, and it's an Amazon bestseller. I'm a trustee of her charity that she gave her entire $1 million to, and I'm pleased to say this book is fantastic. So thank you so much for coming, Andrea. I'm actually going to start with you, Andrea. Andrea, I know that you've been WhatsApping me during the last 3-4 hours. You're an art teacher from London, right? You're celebrated for your teaching excellence, and the pandemic has wreaked havoc even for you. You would readily admit that you're not technologically necessarily more savvy than anyone else. Tell us, what have you heard during this conference that has been inspiring and stimulating for you?
Vikas, it's Saturday, and you've got 45,000 teachers on their weekend attending this conference. The energy, the fact that I was dancing, listening to the St. Michael's choir. That was amazing. And it was a privilege just to be able to visit the schools from other colleagues. I learned about assessment. I learned about different projects I can do. For example, Michael's photography sessions. I was like, oh, I'm going to nick that idea. So it's just been wonderful to learn so much from different colleagues, but also just hearing, and I wasn't able to hear all of it, and I will rewind, but Andreas Schleifer, the God, who I feel really has our backs, really has the teachers' backs in education, and just hearing from him and what it's like on the outer layer, I think that's been just really brilliant. And so I can't believe how quick this conference has been. It's just flown by, and we need to have more of these, Vikas. Come on, T4, more conferences, please.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing, Andrea. And you have been a great guide to me as well. Camila, I come to you. The Lehman Foundation has done some incredible work during the pandemic in specific. You, for example, encouraged and led this movement of YouTube being used as a medium and vehicle for delivering education in Brazil, as an example, right? And so do you want to speak a little bit in terms of what is it that you've learned about the use of technology by teachers in this time?
Sure.
So hi, Vikas. Hi, everyone. I think that good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are around the globe. And first of all, what an amazing event. I share Andrea enthusiasm. And I think that the main thing that is sitting with me now after watching the panels is this deep, deep admiration for teachers, because as she said, it's Saturday. I know teachers are super overwhelmed with this pandemic. So the fact that they are all here and trying to learn is such an amazing, amazing thing. So I think we've been working here at the Lehman Foundation on three main things during this pandemic. I think one was curriculum prioritization. So as Andreas was saying right now, teach fewer things at deeper level. I think that this is key in this moment, and it's been something that we've been trying to help teachers with. The connectivity, I saw you had a poll on what is the infrastructure around the globe, and we've been working hard here in Brazil to support schools to have access to high-speed broadband, because from an equity perspective, this is what we see that can bridge the gap or deepen the gap, right? So we are really worried about this to make sure that every school has access and is able to use technology in the spirit that we have been debating here during this conference, in the best way to foster learning, right? But this is not the case right now. It's not every school that's able and equipped to do this. So this is a key concern for us here. And I think we've also, as you said, have helped creating and making tools accessible to teachers and students to facilitate remote and hybrid learning. And YouTube, TV channels, everything we could use, we tried. And how teachers have adapted to that is something that always amazes me. So I think this is some of the things we've been doing.
Fantastic. And Rich, you head up education solutions for Lenovo, right? And so Lenovo is one of the biggest hardware companies in the world. Firstly, thank you for your support. But tell us in terms of what you have seen during these times. I'm especially interested in the adoption of technologies in low and middle income countries in particular, right? And so please share your perspectives and insights.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Vikas. And I just want to say hi to all of the teachers that are dialing in from around the world. I see so many people from the Philippines. Hi, everyone. And I know it's late in Southeast Asia, so thank you so much. Middle East and Africa and South America and Brazil and Europe, everybody. It's just so great to see so many engaged teachers. Look, I think there are some really big challenges globally right now in terms of education. There are teacher shortages. There are equity challenges, and hardware. You know, Lenovo as a computer technology company, the hardware can only get you so far, and that's why I've been so inspired by the conversation. And that's where my focus is after hearing this today. It's of course, we will provide the technology, whether it's tablets. We see a lot of Android tablets, Vikas, being used in emerging countries, mobile phones, and of course the laptops, Chromebooks, notebooks, and so forth. But you know, what my focus is on how we can empower teachers to use the technology more effectively, so that they can be the best, regain the honor and the pride of the teaching profession. And I've just been so inspired by the discussion around how content should work, how assessments and how micro assessments should be that. Because, you know, when we're in person as a teacher, we do those micro assessments all the time with students. But when we're now digital, it's much, much harder. And so we need to rethink our assessment systems, and we need to rethink how we're using the technology. But I'm so encouraged by what I've heard today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rich. And Jaime, I come to you now. I mean, you're right now, if I'm not mistaken, you're in Peru, your home country, but you're normally in the US, and you look after a humongous, section within the World Bank, which is focused on education. Tell us what you see and what your research has shown. Just like Andreas has spoken about equity issues and all the trends that are coming, we'd love to hear your perspective too. You're on mute, sir.
Thank you very much, Vikas, for the invitation, and great to share this panel with Camila, Rich, and Andrea. And look, I think we're living really extraordinary times in which, first of all, the role that the education community and teachers have had and have today in terms of the welfare of children is absolutely essential. And now more than ever, we have understood that education is a human-intensive interaction process, right? That education is really about the connection between the teacher and the student, and between the student and her peers. So actually, I mean, we have, I think, a great step here that has recognized that. And as Rich was saying, technology is absolutely essential. And I think technology is going to be a critical factor in order to move us at scale in terms of improving quality of education. However, the balance, the art is going to be balancing the technology with the human factor. And actually, the art is going to be precisely what Rich was saying, how to use technology to leverage the teacher and to leverage the principal, to leverage the whole education community. But it's precisely, I think that's a critical lesson from this pandemic, right? Is that the future is going to be to balance the art of balancing technology with the human factor in order to provide a better experience to our students. So I think that's one critical lesson for me. The other thing that worries a lot, and that's something that Andreas was very clear, is the issue of equity. Because we do see dramatic learning losses in many low and middle income countries, and also in rich countries. And as we have with that problem, and in addition to that problem, we have that the loss in terms of the education experience and the emotional and the social experience of kids have been completely different from children who have certain level of resources at home, from children that have much less resources. So I think we are living a huge inequality crisis. And if we don't act aggressively in terms of public policies, we could really see an inequality catastrophe. And that will not necessarily reflect today. I mean, it reflects partially in terms of the experience of students today, but it will reflect also in the future, right? Because I mean, this is having an impact, right, in terms of the possibilities of students to have then the capabilities and tools to live a productive life in the future. So I think, I mean, we need to really work with a lot of intensity in the coming months and years, and with a sense of urgency to make sure that we give the students what they need in order to recover from this dramatic experience.
And the step that we're taking as T4, and actually on your encouragement as well, Jaime, has been this survey that we're doing, this global poll. I mean, what would you say to teachers who are watching, the 45,000 that have registered and the many thousands who are watching right now, in terms of participation in a simple tool as a survey? How important is that?
So look, I think as many people say, like a crisis comes with opportunities, and the interesting thing is that there have been an infinite number of innovations at the local level, right, at the school and at the classroom level, in terms of how to engage better with children, right, in this very complex context, right. But I think the next challenge is to learn from those lessons and make sure that if someone has found an interesting way, for instance, to assess children in a remote fashion, right, with high tech or low tech, whatever that innovation is that we have more spaces to learn and share those experiences. So I think that is a critical step now. One thing that worries me a bit is the fact that in this type of meetings and in a lot of the analysis that we're doing, we are identifying very interesting ideas that have happened. and the work from Lemon Foundation, for instance, I mean, they are identifying very interesting experiences, right, of things that we can do in order to improve the education experience in context in which you need hybrid learning, in context in which you don't know if you're going to be at home or at school, right, in which you really need to change your pedagogical process. But my worry is that sometimes we'll say, yes, this fantastic innovation, but if that innovation is affecting a few hundred schools, then we need to be cognizant of that. How can we scale that up, right? Because we could have many, many interesting innovations and not necessarily impacting all students in a country, right? So we could have many innovations in a country like my country, like Peru, right? But those many interesting innovations that happen in the country level at the local level might be impacting only 30% of students, right? I need to worry what's happening with the other 70% of students. So we will always need to think that if there is innovation, in which way that innovation can be translated in such a way that at the end of the day, we make sure that all students, right, have the right education experience that they deserve.
Thank you, Jaime. And Rich, I come to you in terms of it's quite interesting in terms of what Jaime and, sorry, the light keeps on going out because I don't move. And so I'm having to wave my hands to make sure the lights go on, which they will. And
that's so energy efficient, though.
Energy efficient. We're all about environmental sustainability around here. We are hosting COP26, don't forget. And so, Rich, in terms of you and I have been discussing, one of the things that has come through the pandemic is this centrality of school as an institution, right? And so I'm interested to know in terms of from a Lenovo perspective, right? What is the future of schools? Because I've gone out and said teachers will lead this digital revolution. Do you agree with that?
It's a great question, and I remember being at a conference a few years ago, actually the BET conference in the UK, and speaking on a panel about AI, and there was a study that was done, and they taught a math class. This was in China, and they had just finished an AI computer-based AI, or it was a math course, but it was using AI. There were no teachers, and the researcher, the person who was presenting, stood up, and this was a room full of educators. And they stood up and they said, hey, look at this amazing data that we got that shows how this math class, we got this much efficacy and we showed this much learning progress. And I had to interrupt them and say, guys, we're not looking to replace the teacher. The teacher is the central of the classroom, that way that we impart knowledge, we pass knowledge on. What we want to do with technology, is we want to make better human decision making. And we know that learning, especially in a digital age, requires technology. But we want to use that technology to empower better human decision making, better teaching from the people. I mean, there is a lot of disruption that's happening in education and in higher education. There are different models. There's privatization of public schools. There are new platforms. There are actually direct-to-consumer offerings that we're seeing in a lot of countries that are, you can get certificates, or that's not utilizing our institutions. But that institution is the central foundation of our educational system. And that's where our teachers are going to receive the training, the support that they need, but also where we can guide that social and emotional learning environment for students. So my standpoint and Lenovo's standpoint is that the school and the teacher are central to the future of education.
It's really refreshing to hear a technologist say that. Camilla, in terms of what you've been hearing during this conference, is there anything that stands out to you from the Brazilian experience that actually can apply worldwide?
Yeah, so I think because that it's not about the assessment tools or the things we've discussed in details, the lesson plans that I saw that are so important, and the tools themselves. But I think what this conference has also brought, and I think it's true to the Brazilian reality, and it should be worldwide, is this importance of teachers being on the stage to discuss the solution to their own problems. Teachers as protagonists of the conversation around education. I feel that is so key. We are living a moment with this pandemic that we have so many challenges that we're facing. And I think that together with health workers, probably teachers are the ones facing the biggest challenges we now have. And if we don't have communities of practice to problem solve and to move forward, it's going to be very hard that policymakers or foundations or experts around universities can find the solutions, right? So when I see the assessment tools that teachers developed, when I see the lesson plans tools that teachers developed, I think that that's where we're going to find the direction, the guidelines we need to move forward. So I'm really happy to see teachers coming to this stage, this global stage that you've put together. I think you've asked Jaime about the survey, and I think it's so important that teachers engage in that, because making sure that teachers' voice is heard in the national and global arena is going to be key for us to find the good solutions we need to find to overcome this huge challenge that the pandemic has brought.
It's a great question, and Andrea, I come to you actually. In this book, Those Who Can, teach, published by Bloomsbury. It's on Amazon for everyone to buy. In here you actually take a very different approach to influencing government. In that you talk about when you have this exalted status, how government tried to, the British government tried to actually make you do something that you didn't want, and you stood up. And so when it comes to the pandemic, what is it that you think that teachers should be doing to make sure that governments hear their voice?
The first poll that we did during this broadcast was talking about whether or not technology has improved. And the answer was yes. And what Ross said, which I think more or less evidences the fact that teachers are, and he said this, intelligent and skillful people. We come up with solutions. We're the ones who are dealing with so much more than anyone can imagine, not just teaching the curriculum, but the other things that we do, the pastoral things. And so it's just been it's been wonderful having these opportunities to have teachers being celebrated. But I think it's wonderful also that what you said, Vikas, the fact that many governments around the world have been supporting T4's work and have been taking part in that. I think the answer to the problems of societies are in our classrooms, my classrooms, and the classrooms of absolutely everyone, all of your viewers there. So the more opportunities we have for teachers to broadcast, to showcase, to celebrate, and for people to actually watch this and be part of that community, I think something powerful can happen. And I think this is the great change which Andreas was talking about before in the previous session. So, and Rich, I'm just so, I can't tell you how, like, the goosebumps I've had from just listening to you when you said that your organization really wants to make sure that teachers acknowledge the fact that we are the ones who will be driving technology and not the other way around.
Wonderful, thank you. Just for the record, we've had 13 governments actually support this event. Ecuador, from your part of the world, Jaime, Ecuador, Colombia. Camilla will tell you that she's been in touch with every province minister in Brazil. We've got Western Cape in South Africa, Nigeria, Jordan, Lebanon, UAE, Palestine, Georgia, Moldova, Malaysia, the Philippines. I mean, that's just testament to actually the sea change that we're seeing in terms of just everyone recognizing that we need as many opportunities as we can to make sure the teacher workforce is skilled, conversant, understand how it's happened. And the method that we use is that of peer-to-peer learning, right? And so all the presenters that we've had have immense classroom experience, something that I definitely can't speak about. Jaime, you as a former education minister definitely can't. Camilla, I'm not aware if you're a teacher or not. And Rich, forgive me, I don't know if you were a teacher, but I know Andrea is. And so I'm really pleased that you could join us. Jaime, one final question I want to ask you. Andreas and all the conversation has been about public policy and government, right? And so the conversation is, come post-pandemic, there's a risk to education budgets around the world. What is the point that firstly, do governments listen to you when it comes to actually resisting these cuts? Because if anything, we should be investing in the sector as opposed to cutting. I'd love to hear your perspective on that.
So look, I think we are now in the middle of that discussion and about budgets, but I think that it will end up reflecting and will end up proving how important is education for each country, right? Because at the end of the day, we all know that the challenges in terms of budgets are huge. I mean, we're in the middle of a war, right? And in a war, you have astonishing amounts of expenditures that you need to do on the health front and the economic recovery front, and that's understandable. But on the other hand, I mean, we need to understand as well that the crisis that we're living in education is dramatic, and the solutions will require a lot of, effort and effectiveness of teachers, yes, and of the whole education community, yes. But there's no magic. There are some things that will require more resources. Right? It's impossible to do more remedial, to get more technology, to retrain teachers in many areas just for free. I mean, there are many things that it's not about being more effective or more efficient. Many things will need more resources, and we see a very heterogeneous response. So we do see both the sense of urgency and the understanding that we need to invest in this generation, and it is urgent to do it in some countries. And we see in other countries that, everyone says that education is important, right? But not necessarily that is reflected, right, on how much real resources are being put in that. And I think so this really requires that there is an understanding that we need a social contract, right, in which we as countries, we put all the resources that are needed in order to continue investing in education, and particularly invest in this generation, those kids who are today in school. And one important additional factor that we need to understand is that all countries, in order to fight this war, are getting into debt. And that's correct, right? You need to expand your expenditures much more than your current taxes, so you need to get into debt. Increase your debt, and that's normal, and that's what you need to do in catastrophic situations like this ones. But who are going to pay this debt in the next 20 or 30 years? Is precisely the generation that is being formed today, right? Is the generation that today is in school, right? And we need to invest in that generation, right? So that's something that we need to take into account. We cannot tell that generation and tell them, look, sorry guys, there are other more important things than you, right? So we need to spend on something else, right? We just can't say that, right? And that requires then a collective effort, right? And the voices of everyone, right? To say, look, no, we really need to care about education, but that caring about education is not words, right? At the end of the day, there's no magic, right? That we really need to commit politically in terms of human resources and efforts, and financially, right? To make sure that we can provide the right service in a context, right? In which we really need to recover for a very long period, something that we have never lived, right? That have interrupted the education process of many children.
So I'm really proud of the fact that, when people talk about EdTech, often what happens is that they think about the startup ecosystem, or they think about, the VC funding ecosystem. But today, the angle that we have taken is about the teacher ecosystem and the use of tech. And I think we would all agree that this is a change in the way that this conversation has been in the recent past, in that we are putting teachers at the heart of this discussion, as I think they should always have been. And so when it comes to the big point that I think we're making, is that, and I've said this in the session, earlier, is that I do believe that schools and teachers will lead from the front when it comes, because that is exactly what they have been doing over the last year and a half, especially when system leaders around the world have kind of failed us in their responses and in their planning for such pandemics, right? And so these kind of crises. And so we've seen this most incredible acts of innovation, invention, and just energy that's been exuded by the teacher workforce globally, that when we put on this event, it's to firstly recognize that and put them at the heart of this discussion. And secondly, we hope that with your auspices, Jaime, Camilla, Rich, and to some degree, Andrea, if the government still likes you, we hope that you will be able to actually take this message into all the quarters that you occupy and the conversation that you have, in that bring teacher voice to the table, because their perspective will lead to the success or the failure of the mainstreaming of technology and tools.
One thing, Vikas, one quick thing is that the government will have to still like Andreas, because it's not only a matter of making sure that many schools have the right innovations and their innovations in many classrooms, because at the end of the day, we need to make sure that that happens in all classrooms.
Correct.
Right? And the challenge of public policy is to make sure that all students, absolutely everyone, right, has the access to that innovative teacher, right, and that the innovative schools that can solve the problems that the world is facing today. However, we need to, that's something that has to be in our chip always, that it has to be something that we make sure that all students have the right education experience.
Well, I want to thank all of you for taking the time from all the different parts of the world that you have joined. I am grateful again to our sponsors, Lenovo and the Lemon Foundation and D2L and Pango, for your support for this. But I do also really value your partnership in terms of encouragement and direction that we are taking. So thank you all so much. And Andrea, I hope we sell many more of these. And so if you are on Amazon, the book is called Those Who Can, Teach by Andrea Zafiriku. Please do go and buy, because I think it's an incredible read. Thank you all so much for your time. And I'd like to ask you to just hang on behind backstage for a little bit, because we have a great ending to this event. Are you all fans of Freddie Mercury? Freddie Mercury, yeah, Freddie Mercury. You like Freddie? We have Freddie Mercury coming to this to close this conference with a concert. So just don't leave. Of course, if you need to leave, please do. But we hope you can stay. On that note, thank you so much, and I'm going to move you backstage, and I'm going to bring my co-conspirator back on front, and that is Dr. Saba Kidwai. Saba, we're there now. We're at the closing 100 meters of this marathon that we have run today. You as an educator, what is it that you picked up in today's conversation that you think would be enormously useful and insightful in the way teachers approach their roles?
Yeah, as I was listening, I was tweeting as well. I was listening to the panel, and I was reminded of the work of Eric Brynjolfsson from the Second Machine Age, where one of the last lines they share is, technology is not destiny, we shape destiny. And I think a resounding theme that we heard today from the teachers, from all the different panelists, is that while, yes, technology is an incredibly powerful force, it's best used in service of humans. And so how we stay, human-centered, how we lean into the needs of one another and develop that empathy to drive innovation, I think is going to be critical, in determining what society looks like and what opportunities look like for everyone, as many of the panelists also shared. I think another key takeaway that I really appreciated was just the emphasis and the focus on the teacher from policymakers and other leaders. I think that's something that teachers are really going to be excited to hear, and I think that idea I think was shared earlier about being able to do purposeful work, and not having to, be bogged down in all the meaningless tasks. I think today's conversation was inspiring, motivating, and I think is going to be really uplifting for teachers to hear that this is how policymakers and this is how other teachers are thinking and are doing things around the world.
Thanks a lot. I also want to now bring Andy back. We saw you at the beginning, Andy. Your hand must be hurting. You've been drawing quite a bit. Andy, thank you so much for all these incredible graphics. And they all look very similar. I think my friend Jaime would also admit that looks like him. A good-looking guy. And so, Andy, what is it that you've heard that you've been listening that actually resonates?
Well, as a mother with 2 boys, I'm in such awe of all the teachers. And again, coming out on a Saturday, giving up their time, respect.
Well, please know that we're really grateful for all these graphics that you've done. And when we publish our report, all of this will be in there. So thank you so much for capturing everything.
They'll go out quickly. They'll come out very quickly as well.
Very grateful. Thank you so much. And so, we're left with saying a few thank yous. Saba and I and the T4 team would like to obviously thank, again, our sponsors. Secondly, again, I cannot stress the importance of all of our coalition that we've built, right? So we have 70 odd country ambassadors from around the world who have done just incredible feats of volunteering and service to make sure this event is delivered. This is not just about myself and Saba. There's all these armies of people who are so large-hearted that they have contributed towards the success of this event. And I want to say to each and every single one of you country ambassadors, thank you so much. And the same applies to our alliance partners. These are education NGOs that do incredible work around the world. Some are really huge, some are really small, but we're all in this together. We're all learning this together. We all agree in this cause. And there are some 86 of you now, and we only opened up applications in January. I'm really thankful to you for your support, and I look forward to building from here as well. Please know that all of your work is most appreciated. I suppose I'm left with telling you about, the feedback survey. And so when, there'll be an email that goes out to all 45,000 of you, and in there will be a feedback survey. Now, the question that we get asked is, where is our certificate of attendance? Well, I'll tell you one thing. You finish the feedback survey, and at the end of the survey, there's a link that takes you to your certificate. So please provide your feedback so that you can gain your certificate. And please be honest in your responses. It helps us improve. Like I said at the beginning, all of these things have happened because we listen to you. You tell us individually, you give us feedback on our surveys, and you drive intelligence gathering, which I think is really important. And likewise, I want to end with this global poll that we're doing. It is also on our website. We want thousands and thousands of teachers from around the world to take part. Can I please encourage you to do that as well? Now, Saba, I'm really excited because we have amongst us our own Freddie Mercury. And I want to welcome my friend and teacher from the north of England, from Leeds, Jimmy Rotherham. Jimmy, hi.
Hi, Vikas. Hello.
And so the idea is to end this conference on a high. And so we're going to be over to you. So when Jimmy finishes his performance, we will call it a day. Please know that I am grateful to all of you for logging on Saturday in the thousands. It's been inspiring, and I'm really grateful for your support. And we look forward to seeing you at World Education Week in October. Jimmy, over to you.
If there's one thing that the global crisis has taught us, it's two things really. That teachers, despite all the challenges that we've had, we're pretty unstoppable, and nothing will stop us. So Vikas wanted a nice uplifting song. This is one of the most uplifting songs I know of, and it's about being unstoppable. And it's also about joy, and teaching is a joy, it's a privilege, it's such a beautiful job for us to have. So this song says it all. And I left my mustache in the wash and my vest, so you'll forgive me not being fully in costume. Tonight I'm gonna have myself a real good time. I feel alive, and the world yeah, floating around in ecstasy, but don't stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time. I'm a shooting star, listen to the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a shooting star in the sky like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go. There's no stopping me. Yeah, I'm running through the sky. Yeah. 200 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. Traveling at the speed of light. I wanna make you supersonic melody. Don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. Don't stop me now if you wanna have a good time. Just give me a call, but don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. I don't wanna stop at all. They call me Mr. Fahrenheit. Traveling at the speed of light. I wanna make a supersonic man out of you. Don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. Don't stop me now if you wanna have a good time. Just give me a call, but don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Don't stop me as I'm having a good time. I don't wanna stop at all. Da do da do da, da do da, da do 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 do, da do da. Thank you.
Bravo, Jimmy. You definitely know how to bring it down, and thank you all for your time. I've been remiss in not thanking my own team. Kirsten, Lawrence, OBJ, Your Excellency, Daniel, Dolce & Gabbana. Thank you so much for all your time and all your support. This event would not be possible without you. Thank you all, and good night.
Brightspace is the LMS that helps you reach every learner. It makes teaching and learning easier by letting you focus on what's most important, your students and their experience. You can start building courses quickly by simply dragging and dropping content into them. And even create content right in the system, like adding images or videos with just a few clicks. The responsive interface looks great on a laptop, tablet, or smartphone, and it works on any device. Brightspace also lets you teach the way you want. Built-in communication tools let you create a connected learning experience with homepage news feeds, online discussions, and web conferencing. And whether you're fully online, blended, or flipped, Brightspace lets you use lots of different pedagogical approaches, like competency-based education and gamification. It helps you work smarter too. Built-in analytics lets you quickly check on how everyone in the class is doing. You can also dive deeper to review individual performance in more detail. And with smart rules and smart tools, you can automatically trigger activities based upon what a student does or doesn't do to personalize their learning experience. Easy, flexible, smart. That's Brightspace.
start the continue, and you'll notice on
For decades, people have been talking about the future of education. Most of it focused on amplifying the classroom experience with smartboards and other gadgets. But no one could have predicted that in spring of 2020, nearly 1.4 billion students worldwide would be learning from home. The future of education, it turns out, was not about bringing more stuff into the classroom. It was about bringing the classroom into homes around the world. Now we know that schools are less about buildings and more about building connections. And the most valuable teaching tools are the ones that bring students and teachers together. The future of education is here. And it's full of more possibilities than ever before. If you're unsure of where to start, Lenovo and Microsoft can help. With technology powered by Windows 10 that enables learning anywhere and everywhere. With hardware, software, and distance learning solutions for all kinds of learners, all kinds of teaching styles, and all kinds of classrooms. That's smarter technology for all.